evidence, but if you sort of look at the description again, do you think these hemorrhages are more consistent with punches or more consistent with someone being struck or having their head striking some type of blunt instrument or weapon?
Well, there's no external injuries to the head, so these are hemorrhages that are underneath the scalp. So this would indicate that a broad, flat object struck her head, and either a fist or an open hand or something like the window, door, or dash would fit that description.
Okay, then I have one final question. It's about the actual act of strangulation in this case. And so in this case, the state had a pretty tight timeline because they were trying to claim to the jury during closing argument that in the immediate aftermath of school, Lee was taken to a Best Buy and was strangled in the parking lot before her assailant made a phone call from the Best Buy payphone at 2:36 p.m. And as part of the case made to the jury during closing argument, the state said that her murderer strangled Lee for about 10 seconds, producing death. Is that consistent or inconsistent with your understanding of the time that it takes to fatally strangle someone?
That is definitely inconsistent. Strangulation is a multi-step process that takes several minutes of pressure on the neck in order to result in death. First, there's the period of struggle, where the grip on the neck cannot be constantly or tightly maintained. Now, admittedly, the length of this struggle is going to differ in each case and is thus unknown. And that's because it will depend on the size and the strength of the victim and the assailant, whether or not the victim was restrained in any way, or whether the victim was incapacitated either by any trauma, any drugs in their system, or by any underlying medical condition. Now, in this case, the two blunt force impacts to her head could have incapacitated her and thus shortened this struggle period. But eventually, in all strangulation cases, the victim is overwhelmed, and then the pressure on the neck can and is maintained tightly and constantly because it stops the blood flow coming back from the head, and it deprives the brain cells of oxygenated blood. And consciousness is usually lost within seconds, although it's usually under 30 seconds. 10 is really a sort of arbitrary number. That after consciousness is lost, the pressure then has to be maintained tightly and constantly for an additional 2 to 3 minutes in order for death to occur, as that's how long your brain cells can last without oxygen before they die. So if pressure was placed on the neck and then released after loss of consciousness, the victim will regain consciousness on their own. There are studies out there in the literature about near strangulation victims that support this. Now, clearly there is a point of no return where the centers of your brain that control your heart rate and your breathing are affected by the lack of oxygen, and resuscitation is needed in order to prevent death. But this point of return is variable because it will depend on each person and is thus unknown. But these near strangulation studies support that point of no return is much closer to the minutes end than the seconds end.
Okay, Dr. Levati, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate all of the expert insight.
You are quite welcome, and thank you for sharing such a fascinating case with me.
The Undisclosed Podcast is brought to you in part by the Adnan Syed Trust, a legal defense fund that helps to pay Adnan's legal fees and associated investigative efforts. All proceeds raised through advertising on today's episode of Undisclosed were given to the Trust. To learn more about the Trust and to donate to our efforts to free Adnan, please visit www.launchgood.com/freeadnan.
I'm Jeremy Helton, and this is the fourth installment of Audioboom's exclusive Q&A with the creators of Undisclosed. Susan Simpson is back to answer more questions about the case of Adnan Syed. Our first question comes from Tom Olson. He wants to know, will Asia McClain's testimony about Adnan's alibi stand up to cross-examination?
Based on the facts that I've seen, yes. I don't know if there's more out there. I don't know if they have something that we don't. But there is nothing that I've seen that would make me concerned for her testimony standing up. And is it possible she has the wrong day? Yeah, of course it is. But given that the prosecution's witnesses definitely had the wrong day in several instances, the fact she might possibly have the wrong day, but can't be proven to have the wrong day, doesn't make her testimony worthless.
This question comes from Emily Lewis. I don't understand why Gutierrez allowed witnesses to change their stories or say they didn't remember facts to which they'd already testified. Was this the biggest weakness in Gutierrez's defense of Adnan?
Witnesses can change their story. They often do. But what you do then, it's called impeachment, where you confront the witness with their prior statements and say, well, here's what you said then. Why did you change? Or which one's the truth? And to some extent, she did do that a couple of times, but there's at least 3 or 4 occasions, like with Debbie, where the witness changes her story in a way that was unfavorable to Adnan, and Gutierrez does nothing. She doesn't even seem to realize that there's been a change, let alone be prepared enough to say, on this page of your prior statement, you said X, did you not? So yeah, you can confront a witness when they've tried to backtrack or say they've forgotten, but she didn't do it here.
Tim Christian wonders, how is it that Don's alibi, which is only apparently supported by his mother, was never fully investigated by Cristina Gutierrez?
You know, it's not even really supported by his mother so much. We don't know what happened. All we know is that they never talked to anyone at that store, and they never even checked the records themselves. Gutierrez did investigate it. She's the only one who did, because the police, the prosecution, they never got those records. No one ever pulled them until October 99, which was right before the first scheduled trial date, when she filed a subpoena to get them. When she first filed a subpoena against the LensCrafters, they produced records that did not show that Don had worked on the 13th. They just weren't there. What happened was that Urick, the prosecutor, then contacted LensCrafters. We know that because of a letter they wrote to him, where the paralegal who wrote it says, this is to confirm our conversation earlier. And suddenly, the next day, LensCrafters can magically produce work records for Don, showing he worked on the 13th. Even though previously, when they first responded to the subpoena, apparently completely, there were no records showing that. So, that's all we know at this point because no one else looked further into it.
Tim also wants to know, is it bizarre that Don didn't try to contact Hay immediately after she disappeared?
Not that bizarre because it seems like a lot of people, it seems like almost everyone there didn't really pay close attention to what was going on. Jay's role was not well known, even among Adnan's friends. I was talking to Krista, and she was saying how until Serial came out, they did not know all of this shit. They did not know all of this stuff. They didn't know it. They hadn't realized what exactly Jay's role was supposed to be. They hadn't realized how he'd changed his story. They hadn't realized some of the more off-the-wall details that were going on. So Don's not the only one who didn't, for instance, even know that Jay was involved. And Don's failure to contact Hay is the same as Adnan's. I mean, what's he going to do to contact her? He could have paged her. He may have paged her. We don't know. He may have forgotten that he paged her. But he's not going to call home because they've already heard from her home and they know she's not there. So there's no point in calling the house. I mean, yes, it's a little bit odd, kind of, but I don't really think it's unusual enough to call it suspicious. And he could have been emailing her. He could have been trying to message her. We don't know because no one ever checked or asked.
Isn't it also strange that he says he didn't keep track of Adnan's trial?
Well, he was the witness, so he couldn't watch, and 2, he was supposed to, stay independent and not have his testimony tainted by knowledge of what everyone else was saying. So it's totally expected that he would not have been following the trial or know what was happening during the trial. Afterwards, he could have gone back and tracked down transcripts, I guess, but it's a lot of effort, and unlikely he would have done that.
Thanks for listening. And be sure to tune in on Friday for the final installment of our exclusive Q&A with the producers. This is Audio Boom. I'm Jeremy Helton, and this is the fourth installment of Audio Boom's exclusive Q&A with the creators of Undisclosed. Susan Simpson is back to answer more questions about the case of Adnan Syed. Our first question comes from Tom Olson. He wants to know, will Asia McClain's testimony about Adnan's alibi stand up to cross-examination?
Based on the facts that I've seen, yes. I don't know if there's more out there. I don't know if they have something that we don't. But there is nothing that I've seen that would make me concerned for her testimony standing up. And is it possible she has the wrong day? Yeah, of course it is. But given that the prosecution's witnesses definitely had the wrong day in several instances, the fact she might possibly have the wrong day but can't be proven to have the wrong day doesn't make her testimony worthless.
This question comes from Emily Lewis. I don't understand why Gutierrez allowed witnesses to change their stories or say they didn't remember facts to which they'd already testified. Was this the biggest weakness in Gutierrez's defense of Adnan?
Witnesses can change their story. They often do. But what you do then, it's called impeachment, where you confront the witness with their prior statements and say, well, here's what you said then. Why did you change? Or which one's the truth? And to some extent, she did do that a couple of times, but there's at least 3 or 4 occasions, like with Debbie, where the witness changes her story in a way that was unfavorable to Adnan, and Gutierrez does nothing. She doesn't even seem to realize that there's been a change, let alone be prepared enough to say, on this page of your prior statement, you said X, did you not? So yeah, you can confront a witness when they've tried to backtrack or say they've forgotten, but she didn't do it here.
Tim Christian wonders, how is it that Don's alibi, which is only apparently supported by his mother, was never fully investigated by Cristina Gutierrez?
You know, it's not even really supported by his mother so much. We don't know what happened. All we know is that they never talked to anyone at that store, and they never even checked the records themselves. Gutierrez did investigate it. She's the only one who did, because the police, the prosecution, they never got those records. No one ever pulled them until October 99, which was right before the first scheduled trial date, when she filed a subpoena to get them. When she first filed a subpoena against LensCrafters, they produced records that did not show that Don had worked on the 13th. They just weren't there. What happened was that Urich, the prosecutor, then contacted LensCrafters. We know that because of a letter they wrote to him, where the paralegal who wrote it says, this is to confirm our conversation earlier. And suddenly, the next day, LensCrafters can magically produce work records for Don, showing he worked on the 13th. Even though previously, when they first responded to subpoena, apparently completely, there were no records showing that. So, that's all we know at this point because no one else looked further into it.
Tim also wants to know, is it bizarre that Don didn't try to contact Hay immediately after she disappeared?
Not that bizarre because it seems like a lot of people, it seems like almost everyone there didn't really pay close attention to what was going on. Jay's role was not well known, even among Adnan's friends. I was talking to Krista, and she was saying how until Serial came out, they did not know all of this shit. Sorry. They did not know all of this stuff. They didn't know it. They hadn't realized what exactly Jay's role was supposed to be. They hadn't realized how he changed his story. They hadn't realized some of the more off-the-wall details that were going on. So Don's not the only one who didn't, for instance, even know that Jay was involved. And Don's failure to contact Hay is the same as Adnan's. I mean, what's he going to do to contact her? He could have paged her. He may have paged her. We don't know. He may have forgotten that he paged her. But he's not going to call home because they've already heard from her home and they know she's not there. So there's no point in calling the house. I mean, yes, it's a little bit odd, kind of, but I don't really think it's unusual enough to call it suspicious. Yeah. And he could have been emailing her. He could have been trying to message her. We don't know because no one ever checked or asked.
Isn't it also strange that he says he didn't keep track of Adnan's trial?
Well, he was the witness, so he couldn't watch, and two, he was supposed to, stay independent and not have his testimony tainted by knowledge of what everyone else was saying. So it's totally expected that he would not have been following the trial or know what was happening during the trial. Afterwards, he could have gone back and tracked down transcripts, I guess, but it's a lot of effort, and unlikely he would have done that.
Thanks for listening, and be sure to tune in on Friday for the final installment of our exclusive Q&A with the producers. This is Audio Boom.
Previously on Serial.
He left his cell phone in the car with me, told me he'd call me.
Okay, now at this point, you know why he's leaving the car with you.
Yes,
And why is that?
because he said he was going to kill Hay.
I definitely understand that someone could look at this and say, oh man, he must be lying. It's so coincidental.
He told me to speak with Jay, and I was like, okay, because Jay wanted to say hi. So I said hi to Jay, and that's all I can really recall.
The uselessness of what we're trying to do by recreating something that doesn't fit. It's like trying to plot the coordinates of someone's dream or something.
Perhaps I'll never be able to explain it. And it is what it is. If someone believes me or not, I have no control over it.
This is a Global Tel-Link prepaid call from
Adnan Sayed.
an inmate at a Maryland Correctional Facility. This call will be recorded and monitored.
From This American Life and WBEZ Chicago, it's Serial, one story told week by week. And this, episode 12, is the final episode of season 1 of this podcast. It's been a year since I first contacted Adnan, and I'm still talking to him regularly. I'm still asking him the basics. Still thinking, I don't know, that he'll remember something, or maybe he'll just get so frustrated with me that he'll crack. I still want to know what you were doing that afternoon. I want to know who had your phone, and I want to know what you were doing that afternoon.
I don't remember anything more.
This is from Saturday night, just this past Saturday. I mean, we're down to the wire here. Oh, man.
So you don't really have, if you don't mind me asking, you don't really have no ending? Like, it's just...
I mean, do I have an ending? Of course I have an ending. We're going to come to an ending today. Plus a smattering of new information, a review of old information cast under different light, and an ending. In case you haven't noticed, my thoughts about Adnan's case, about who is lying and why, have not been fixed over the course of this story. Several times I have landed on a decision, I've made up my mind, and stayed there with relief. And then, inevitably, I learn something I didn't know before, and I'm upended. Sometimes the reversal takes a few weeks, sometimes it happens within hours. And what's been astonishing to me is how the back and forth hasn't let up after all of this time, even into this very week, and I kid you not, into this very day that I'm writing this. Because I'm learning new information all the time. For instance, I talked to Don. 8 months ago, he told me he did not want to talk to me for this story, and then last week, he talked to me for this story. He didn't want me to use tape of his voice or his last name, but he said I could use what he said. Spoiler here, Don does not appear to know what happened to Hay, or why it happened to her, or whether Adnan is guilty. But it was interesting to hear what he said he remembered about the day Hay disappeared, and about her, and about the trial. Here's what he told me. Don said Hay was at his house in a town north of Baltimore City on the night of January 12th, the night before she went missing. He says she wanted to spend the whole next day with him, too. She wanted him to call Woodlawn High School and pretend to be some authority figure, tell the office Hay couldn't be in school that day. She wanted it to be an excused absence rather than just playing hooky. But he didn't. He says he thought she should go to school, and besides, he told her he had to work the next day at 9 a.m. It was supposed to be his day off from the lens crafters at the Owings Mills Mall, where they both worked. But Don said he'd arranged to fill in for a friend at the store in Hunt Valley. Don said he and Hay had made plans to meet up later that night of the 13th, after her work shift ended at 10 p.m. When the cops recovered Hay's car, there was a note inside, with Don's name on it. Hey, cutie, sorry I couldn't stay. I have to go to a wrestling match at Randallstown High, but I promise to page you as soon as I get home, okay? Till then, take care and drive safely. Always, Hay. In a P.S. on the note, Hay mentions a TV interview that had been taped that day. A local station had done a student-athlete segment on her. So the note was written on the 13th, the day she went missing. This note was one of the reasons I'd initially written to Don way back when. Sorry I couldn't stay is confusing. I didn't understand what she planned to do with the note. Put it on his car, maybe, but his car was so far away in Hunt Valley. But the note stumped Don, too. He said he didn't know about it until I sent it to him, and he didn't have a guess as to what her plan was for that afternoon. When Hay went missing, Don was one of the first people the cops called. He says he knew immediately he'd be a suspect. He said, quote, "That was the first thought when they said she's missing. I said, well, okay, they're going to try to blame it on me because she was with me last night. I'm the new boyfriend. I'm obviously going to be one of the first suspects, me and Adnan," unquote. He said he immediately made sure he knew where he was. Quote, "When someone calls you up and tells you, have you seen this person? They went missing, they haven't been seen since school," you automatically retrace everything you did that day. Did I see them? Did I hear from them? Did they page me? Did they call me? Where was I at this time? What was I doing at that time? Yeah, unquote. Maybe you're all noting, as I did, that that wasn't Adnan's stated reaction to getting called by the cops on the 13th. I'm tempted to make a judgment right here, but I'm going to pull a benefit of the doubt. Because Adnan was 17, he was stoned, he's a different person. But noted, right? Also note, however, there was one similarity in how they reacted to Hay's disappearance. You know how Adnan says he doesn't remember calling Hay after the 13th? Guess who else doesn't remember trying to call Hay after the 13th? Don. Like everyone else, he said he wondered whether maybe she'd gone to California. She told him her father lived there. He says it's not that he didn't think about what had happened or didn't worry, it's just that he didn't know what to do. Don's alibi was solid. His computer-generated time card said he'd arrived at work at 9:02 a.m. on the 13th, taken lunch from 1:10 to 1:42, clocked out at 6 p.m. But Don's manager at the Hunt Valley store was his mom, so that didn't look great. Don said he was anxious throughout the investigation. Quote, up until the day they arrested Adnan, I had no idea what was going on, he said. They never said, okay, you're cleared as a suspect. It was left hanging, and until they arrested him, I had no idea. I suspected they might try to say that we were in on it together. I didn't know Jay existed until I started listening to the podcast. Don had met Adnan once. According to Hayes' diary, it was December 23rd. It was a snowy day, and she'd had a minor car accident on the way into work, and she'd called Adnan to come help her out. They were broken up by this time, but he came to the rescue. In the parking lot outside LensCrafters, Adnan and Don converged. Hay writes, quote, Don and Adnan took a look at my car and told me not to drive it, unanimously. Ah! Mommy is going to be so mad. But I swear it's not my fault, unquote. Don told the cops back then that he and Adnan had a perfectly nice conversation. At trial, he said Adnan said something to him like, okay, well, I just want to make sure you were an okay guy. Don told me the same. Quote, we sat and talked, and just as everyone else described him, he was very polite, articulate, just really the typical what you would expect of the ex-boyfriend meeting the new boyfriend, sizing each other up. We joked. We spent a good 10-15 minutes talking after we checked out the car. At trial, for whatever reason, this episode is firmly time-stamped as having happened in January, after Hay and Don had started dating, though it's clear from the diary it was December 23rd. In any case, Don's testimony at both trials, he's the state's witness, is milquetoast. He just says, yeah, I met him, it was cordial. Which made me wonder why the state even called Don. And according to Don, prosecutor Kevin Urich might have been wondering the same thing. Don said, quote, when I testified, they pulled me in a back room, and let me tell you how fun that was to have the prosecutor afterwards yelling at me because I did not make Adnan sound creepy, he said. They wanted me to make him sound creepy. So creepy that I felt intimidated, which I did not. Adnan, he was very personable. He was funny. He was everything that I already said. He was somebody that I would have hung out with if I knew him in school, unquote. Don's memory is that Urich yelled at him after both the first and second trials. Oh, he was irate, Don said. When I say yelling, he was literally yelling about it at me. I ran this by Kevin Urich, but he said he was not authorized to talk about the case. Don says he loved Hay, that he still loves her. It's not something that goes away, he said. Even though they only officially dated for 13 days, he says she meant a lot to him. She was totally unshy, he said, confident. She pursued him, he said, for all of December. Whenever she saw him at work, he said she'd ask him when he was going to take her out. Constantly, she asked him. Followed him into the lunchroom on his break, pestered him. He was dating someone else at the time, but then that ended. And so on New Year's Eve, they made their first date for the next day. He fell for her pretty quickly, he says. Quote, you could not like this girl. She was aggressive, intelligent, assertive is a better word than aggressive. Generally nice person. Anything I've heard anybody say about her since, it's not like, oh, I don't want to talk bad about the dead. It's just being honest. It's hard for me to explain. If you didn't like her, you didn't like her because she was so likable. But then you couldn't even be annoyed by her because she wasn't annoying. She was charming. Don said Hay actually changed him, changed the way he thought about himself. He said he'd come off a couple of bad relationships, girls who had cheated on him. Quote, she basically in no uncertain terms told me to knock it off, he said. That I have worth. I don't remember the words she used. I can't paraphrase it at this point. But I am worth having self-esteem. That I should think that I am good enough. And I took it to heart, especially after I found out that she had died. Unquote.
I'm sorry that I'm doing it so late in the game here, but I didn't even know that this existed until Friday.
Yeah, that's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. Here's another guy I just heard from. And speaking to him, all of a sudden, I was hearing Jay's perspective. Or at least this guy's perspective of Jay's perspective.
He was scared. I mean, like, terrified.
This guy's name is Josh. He asked that I not use his last name. He said he worked with Jay at Southwest Video, the porn store. Josh was 21 at the time. They weren't close friends, he said, but Josh would give Jay rides and they'd smoke weed together, hang out a little bit. Josh said that on the night Jay was first picked up by the cops, so late at night on February 27th into the morning of the 28th, Jay called him at home and asked him to come into the store because he didn't want to be alone there. He was that scared.
He was, frightened out of his mind, and not of the police. Like, they were the secondary fear. I mean, he was afraid of going to jail, but not like he was afraid of Adnan, I guess is how you say his name. I don't know.
Adnan?
Adnan, that's it.
Josh says Jay actually never told him Adnan's name, but Josh has listened to the podcast, so he knows the name now. But back then, he didn't. He says Jay told him he was afraid that people were after him, people connected to the murderer.
Across the street from the video store was a parking lot for the Amtrak commuter trains, and the parking lot was usually empty in the evening. Well, that particular night, there was a van in that parking lot, which I'm pretty positive had nobody in it, but Jay was afraid. I mean, like, he was almost in tears.
Yeah.
He didn't want to go outside. He didn't even want to look out the door because he really thought the van that was across the street was like people waiting to get him.
But the people you're talking about, like, is it only in retrospect that you're thinking it's like Adnan's people, or did he say that to you at the time?
He said it. He said it was the I guess Adnan had threatened him.
Right, but you're saying you didn't know, he never told you the name of the person. I'm just trying to imagine, is it possible that it was somebody else entirely who he was afraid of?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could have been. But, I mean, whoever he was afraid of is obviously the person that committed the crime.
Right, but so I'm saying, did he express to you at the time that this was a person with Pakistani relatives?
Yeah.
Or he did. He said that at the time.
Yeah, he definitely said. Yeah, he definitely said that it was somebody. The guy was Middle Eastern.
Josh says Jay told him it was the ex-boyfriend who'd killed Hay. It was Josh's impression that Jay had called the cops himself that night because he told Josh the cops were coming to get him, and he seemed anxious that it was taking them so long to get there. Josh says Jay was pacing, checking his watch, but he kept asking him to look outside and see if the van was still there. At trial, Jay testifies that the cops showed up at the video store on their own, that he didn't know they were coming. In his taped interview with the police that same night, February 28th, Jay doesn't mention a white van or that he's terrified of Adnan's people. But he does tell the cops that he'd talked to Adnan either yesterday or the day before, and that Adnan was threatening him in a general way. Here's tape from that February 28th interview. Detective Ritz talks first.
When was the last conversation you had with Adnan?
I think that was either yesterday or the day before.
And the most recent conversation you had with him, what was the content of that conversation?
I learned that you guys were looking for me, and
how did you learn that?
A lot of people told me, friends of mine told me that you guys were coming to question me. And so I went to him and I said, fuck, you get me wrapped up in, and he just told me to calm down, everything will be okay.
Where did this conversation take place?
I believe it was in front of my house in his car.
Other than you saying, what the fuck you do, why did you get me wrapped up in this? What did he say?
He just told me, ain't nothing gonna happen, they don't know shit, and just stay cool.
Is there anything else said during that conversation?
He told me that he knew somebody. I mean, I used to be involved in a lot of illegal activity, and people on the west side, he told me that the gist of what he told me was that he knew the west side hitman. So, I mean, I wouldn't call it a threat, but he was letting me know.
In a roundabout way that, what if you said something to the police that...
Yeah, because I told him, I was like, if they come to me, I ain't gonna, fuck around and, I'm just gonna tell him what the gig is. He was like, you know who I know. That's all he said.
Okay, so the West Side Hitman? It's so strange. I find Josh's version of Jay's fear so much more believable than Jay's version of Jay's fear, which makes me wonder if it's all just in the delivery. When Jay first told Josh weeks before that he knew something about the missing girl who was all over the news, Josh says he didn't believe him.
I said something about, like him not being really involved or whatever, and then he's like, no, you don't understand. I helped him bury the body. And it seemed like he was kind of bragging, and I mean, that's kind of the guy that Jay was. It's not that he bragged about stuff that he did. Sometimes he made up things that he didn't do. And so that's kind of what I thought he was doing. And I was like, why would you say that? Like, why would you tell somebody that you really don't know that well? And I guess that's kind of why I didn't believe him. If I had done it, I certainly wouldn't have told me.
Right.
You know, maybe like my best friend or something like that, but not somebody that you work with at a porn store.
The version of the crime that Josh says Jay eventually told him, it's pretty close to the version that Jay's friend Chris told me too. That Jay was out somewhere and that Adnan came to him and showed him the body and said something to the effect of, "You gotta help me." Josh says he can't remember where Jay said he was when this happened, but he is certain the words Best Buy were never attached to the story. Josh went to that Best Buy all the time, and he says he definitely would have remembered that. He said when he heard in the podcast that Chris had mentioned the pool hall thing, that sounded right to him, but he can't say for sure. Josh says he also had the impression, like Chris, that it had all gone down later in the day, not mid-afternoon. Josh says at first Jay seemed afraid the cops were going to figure out he was involved through fingerprints or DNA or something, but that as time went on he seemed more and more afraid of the guy who did it, that he was threatening Stephanie. It was, "You better keep your mouth shut or else." He says Jay told him the threats were getting more forceful. To Josh, Jay was so not the type to be involved in a murder. Maybe he tried to act tough, he said, but he wasn't. He said he himself had friends who got in serious fights or who'd been locked up for Grand Theft Auto. But Jay was not in that category at all, he said. He was a nice guy.
He just wasn't. He wasn't the type of guy that you really got the sense he could do something real. He wasn't a killer, and he wasn't a thug.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, he was kind of the opposite. Like, he seemed like he was in way over his head.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember feeling bad for him.
And was there any point, I mean, I don't mean to sound judgy or something, but like, was there any point where you're like, well, you should go tell the cops then. If you know who did this, go tell the cops.
No, not really. I know that's probably what I should have said, but I didn't really believe him. And like I said, when it comes to like reputation, you know, on the street, you don't want to be the guy that's like, "Oh, go snitch." You know, you don't want anybody to see you're weak and all that stuff. And so I didn't ever say go to the cops because, I mean, that would be like the bitch thing to do.
Josh says what never quite made sense to him, what he never entirely understood, was why Jay would help Adnan bury Hay.
Even if I didn't call the cops, I definitely wouldn't, you know, grab a shovel and help him dig a grave.
I know. That's what's hard about the story is you just figure like there's something that's not computing here.
Yeah, no, it definitely never sounded right, which is why I never believed him until the cops actually picked him up.
Josh says he only remembers seeing Jay one more time after that. He thinks maybe Jay came by the store to pick up his check. And when Josh asked him, so what happened? Josh says Jay told him he couldn't talk about it. In preparation for this episode, Julie and Dana, the producers of this show, went back over everything we had. All the police files, the attorney files, the interviews I've done, the cell records. They did one final sweep, just to be sure we'd weighed everything. And because old details can have startling new meaning after a year's worth of research is behind us. They came across a couple of things they wanted me to know. First and foremost, the Nisha call. I'd asked them, is there any other viable explanation for the Nisha call on a non-cell record? Here's Julie.
We had always been under the impression that the Nisha call was a no way around it call.
It looks terrible for him.
It looks terrible for him.
Yeah.
And it's 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
To remind you, the Nisha call is the one that happens at 3:32 p.m. on January 13th. It's to that girl Adnan had been flirting with, who lived near Silver Spring. And the Nisha call is the one that's always stuck out to me and I think to most people who have looked at Adnan's case closely, because it happens on the afternoon that Hay disappeared, at a time when Adnan has said, insisted even, that he was not with his phone, that Jay had his phone while he was in school. Jay had told the detectives that Adnan had called some girl in Silver Spring that afternoon and briefly put Jay on the phone with her. And that's why the call is so important. Not only does it put Adnan together with his phone in the middle of the afternoon, it puts Adnan together with Jay in the middle of the afternoon. It corroborates Jay's story. I've always had some suspicion about this call because Nisha said to the cops and at trial that there was a day when Adnan put his friend Jay on the phone, but Nisha has consistently said it happened toward the evening at the video store where they worked. Jay didn't have the video store job on January 13th. He started that job at the end of the month. So I never bought the idea that the 13th was the day she talked to Jay. But even so, it didn't look good for Adnan, because who was calling Nisha in the middle of the afternoon then? Jay didn't know Nisha. So for me, this call has remained one of the pillars of the case against Adnan. That's what Julie means when she says no way around it. But now I think the Nisha call might be moving from the no way around it, this looks bad for Adnan column into, no, I'm not so sure. Adnan says Nisha's number was programmed into his cell phone. So he's always said to me, maybe the button got pushed accidentally, like a butt dial, and then the answering machine picked up. The problem with that explanation, besides how convenient it sounds for Adnan, is that there was no answering machine on that line. That's what Nisha says at trial. This call shows up not just on the call log, but on Adnan's AT&T bill. He got charged for it. So this was our quest, or really Dana and Julie's quest, to find out, is it possible this call would have shown up on Adnan's bill even if it went unanswered? This proved so elusive. First, we got one answer, then another, then another, then another. AT&T was not helping us. Then, finally, Dana and Julie figured out exactly what they needed to answer this question. An AT&T customer service agreement circa 1999. They found one in a class action lawsuit against AT&T that included, as an exhibit, the very document we needed.
Luckily, that class action lawsuit was filed in New York, so Dana was able to go down to the
and that's the photo you sent.
Court documents.
Yeah. That's the old records department
It's so
of
awesome.
the New York Supreme Court or something like that. Yeah.
It looked like the Mad Hatter's archive room.
Totally.
Were you the first humanoid who'd come down in 15 years?
Yeah, they were like, "What news do you bring?"
So Dana goes down there, pulls the service agreement, takes pictures of the contract, sends the first picture. The first picture says, on the contract, it says, we do not bill for unanswered calls.
Oh. Meaning the Nisha call had to have been answered because it shows up on the bill. But there was fine print to the fine print. And when Dana flipped through the contract to the last page, she found a loophole. The loophole says AT&T won't charge for unanswered calls unless the call isn't terminated within a, quote, reasonable time. So if you call someone and it rings and rings and you don't hang up within a reasonable time, AT&T will charge you for that call, even if it's unanswered. So what is a reasonable amount of time? Or rather, an unreasonable amount of time? That loophole actually still exists today, and the unreasonable amount of time today is 30 seconds or longer they'll charge. We saw one contract from '99 that specified 60 seconds or longer. So it stands to reason that 2 minutes were probably covered. They probably did charge. The folks at AT&T told us the only reason a contract would have varied back then in '99 was if the state had passed particular legislation to address it. We didn't find anything in the Maryland rules about it. So after all this work, we feel pretty confident that AT&T would have charged for a call that rang and rang for more than 2 minutes in Maryland in 1999.
So
Either way, if it's 2 minutes and 22 seconds, it's probably unreasonable.
It's probably unreasonable.
That seems unreasonable.
It's an unreasonable amount of time to be listening to a phone ring, I gotta say, without it being answered. So
it's an unreasonable amount of work going into trying to figure this out.
I know that's a long and perhaps way too detailed way of explaining it, but all this adds up to something important. It means the Nisha call could conceivably have been a butt dial that no one answered. It means there isn't only one explanation for the Nisha call. There are alternative scenarios. It could be that Adnan called Nisha, or it could be that Jay was with somebody else who called Nisha, or maybe Jay or someone else called Nisha by accident. a butt dial, and no one was ever the wiser because no one ever picked up. And if there are alternative scenarios, then that means the list of things we know, actually definitively know, facts we can show about the evidence against Adnan, that list just got shorter. In a way, the only hard evidence in the case against Adnan is his cell phone record for January 13th. That's what the cops and prosecutors used to corroborate Jay's statements. So Dana and Julie looked at that same record all over again, the call log and the cell tower map, teased it all apart to see if they could figure out what happened, to figure out if there was anything else I could know about what Jay and Adnan were doing that day. We've talked about the call log a lot already. We already knew it didn't match Jay's explanations of where they went and when. But when Julie looked again, she realized when she tried to assign the calls some semblance of a narrative, her picture of the day crumbled even more. Instead of answering any of her questions, the call log raised bigger ones, such as, was everyone lying about that day? My original question going into this whole endeavor, this whole story, was either Jay's lying or Adnan's lying. But what if it's not either or? What if it's both and? The call log evidence is screwy right from the beginning. Jay said that when he and Adnan met up that morning, when Adnan drove over to Jay's to give him his car, they'd gone shopping at the mall. Adnan has said various things, but not that they went shopping. What seems most likely, according to what Adnan told his attorney at the time, is that Adnan hung out with Jay until about 12:45, 1 p.m., and then went back to school. There's a 12:07 call and a 12:41 call. The first pings a tower out west in Ellicott City. The next pings a tower back east toward Baltimore City. They're pretty far apart from each other. Here's Julie.
Going to Ellicott City and then going into Baltimore City, where the phone is pinging off of like Edmondson Avenue area, which is actually sort of near drug strips, where Hayes' car was dumped, that sort of area of Baltimore. That's not mentioned by Adnan. So I don't remember what we did. I know we didn't go shopping. I'm not really sure. I feel more concerned and suspicious. I feel suspicious of being like, because I can see where the phone was moving. I know Jay's story about Security Square Mall is not true.
Right.
Because of the phone, if they had the phone. But I don't think Adnan's is true either.
Yeah.
And can I also add that at one point Jen says to the detectives that she remembers one of those phone calls she answered and talked to Jay, and Jay had said that he was downtown with Adnan.
The prosecutor at trial said, we don't really know what they were doing, but it doesn't matter because Hay was in school at that time, alive. And that's true. But still, the phone record tells us that there's something they're not telling us. Why? And is it related to what happened later? The next call is the incoming 236 call, the supposed Best Buy call from the phone booth that we're pretty solidly convinced wasn't the come and get me call. I do have something of an update there. We have not found evidence of a phone booth outside the Best Buy on the sidewalk, like Jay draws in his map for the cops. But we have now seen 2 anecdotal reports that there was a payphone inside the vestibule. We haven't been able to verify these reports, but we did get a look at the 1994 architectural plans for that Best Buy. And indeed, on the plans, there's a teeny little rectangle in the vestibule on the left as you walk in, labeled payphone. So maybe there was one inside. Anyway, back to the call log. Julie spent a long time thinking about the 321 call. It opened a whole new mystery for her because it's confusing on about 3 different levels. It's an outgoing call from Adnan's cell to Jen's house phone. Jay and Jen both talk about some call that afternoon that comes into her landline, someone supposedly looking for Jay.
Jen says she remembers Jay getting phone calls while he's at her house. Jay says he remembers getting phone calls while at the house. Both of them also reference a landline call. Jay says, I get a call on the landline, and that's when I leave.
Meaning, right, this incoming landline call is Adnan calling in, looking for Jay.
why would Adnan be calling you on the landline? The whole point of him giving you the cell phone was so that he could call you on the cell phone. It doesn't make any sense. But there is a 321 call made from the cell phone to Jen's house.
Here's the second confusing thing. Jay eventually told the cops the 321 call was a call he made to Jen, asking if she knew whether this guy Patrick was around. Jay was looking for weed from Patrick. Jen, by the way, testified this never would have happened, that Jay would never call her asking about Patrick. But anyway. And here's the third thing, the confusing kicker. Both Jay and Jen also say Jay was at Jen's house until about 3:45 p.m. that day.
That also has always confused me. If Jay is still at Jen's house until 3:45, how is he calling Jen's house at 3:21? Why would he be calling the house that he's sitting in?
Unless Adnan has the phone.
Unless Jay doesn't have the phone.
Unless Jay doesn't have the phone.
I'm not saying who has the phone.
Right.
I have no idea who has the phone.
Right.
But it leads me to believe that there is a possibility that Jay doesn't have the phone.
So what's the evidence that Jay does have the phone? Jen tells the police that she saw Jay with the phone that afternoon. She has an image of the cell phone in her mind sitting on the coffee table at her house. But at 321, the tower that's pinged isn't the one that covers Jen's house. If Jay doesn't have the phone, though, then who has the phone? And more to the point, if Jay doesn't have the phone, then what was going on that afternoon? Then I have no idea what was going on. There are discrepancies, unresolved like this, all throughout the afternoon and evening, right up until the end of the night, when there's a big one. We noticed it right at the beginning, and while Adnan's attorney does bring it up at trial, no one dwells on it too long. But it's odd. Jen and Jay tell different stories about where she picked him up on the night of the 13th, and about where and when they got rid of Jay's clothes and boots. Jen says she picked Jay up at Westview Mall, where she saw Adnan too. Jay says that didn't happen. He says she picked him up at his house, and that he dumped his clothes that same night, the 13th. The first time he tells it, he says he threw them out in the trash at his own house. But Jen says she and Jay tossed his clothes in some dumpsters the next day, though there would have been a terrible ice storm happening, maybe. Anyway, pretty different stories.
And it hasn't been reconciled. And they actually sort of both kind of dig in on it.
Yeah,
and
I know.
Commit to it. And somebody's wrong, and I don't believe it's an oversight. But I cannot work my head around what is the lie that is minimizing what?
Right. What's the utility of
what's
which
the
lie?
utility of which lie? Yeah.
You can apply that same question, what's the utility of which lie, to this entire case. There's so much that is murky. All you can do at a certain point is speculate. And believe me, we have. Dana and Julie and I speculate about all sorts of things. Like crazy, we speculate. Rest assured that in the privacy of our office, we've turned over every possibility, no matter how remote. 99% of what we speculate, I cannot report because, well, we can't back it up. It's speculation. But here's one I can tell you we've recently discussed. We loop-de-looped all the way back to motive. I know I dismissed the motive the state supplied way back in episode 2, but we put it back on the table just to see where it took us. Here's what we got. We've always said Adnan was over the breakup. It had been a month already. But just for argument's sake, let's say he wasn't over it. Adnan and Hay had broken up and gotten back together a few times. And when they break up in mid-December, maybe Adnan thinks she'll change her mind again. They're still friendly. Several people said to me they couldn't tell or didn't even know that Hay and Adnan had broken up. Or said Adnan was still referring to her as his girlfriend. Or said he told them he thought they'd get back together. Don said he never quite knew what the deal was between them. But judging from Hay's diary, by January, her romantic feelings are completely absorbed by Don. Remember, their first date is January 1st. But maybe Adnan didn't feel the full force of how she'd moved on until they got back to school after Christmas break. Here's what Dana realized recently. That first week of school in '99, Adnan was absent 2 out of 4 days, and then Friday was a snow day. So maybe he doesn't get it, that he's really lost Hay until that first or second week back at school. Here's Dana.
Maybe that's when reality sets in for him, and maybe that's when, the emotions hit him.
And so does kind of lose it.
And so maybe he does kind of lose it.
But who else says this? Not one of Hayes or Adnan's friends whom I spoke to says they saw it like this at the time. And they don't even speculate now that they're adults that maybe it could have been like this. So who are we to put this theory forward? This is the very obvious problem with speculation, especially of the emotional variety. You can't prove it, so you have to drop it. So where does this leave us? There's no point in trying to come up with a most likely scenario for what happened to Hay, because you could posit 100 scenarios, and so what? Bereft of more facts, better facts, even the soberest most likely scenario holds no more water than the most harebrained. In the equation of Adnan's case, all speculation is equally speculative. So instead of most likely, how about most logical? Dana has always been very logical about Adnan's case. She's the Mr. Spock of our staff. Her thing is, okay, let's say he didn't do it. But if he didn't do it, then my God, that guy is ridiculously unlucky. I'm going to let her lay it out.
Adnan has always said it was his idea to loan Jay the car because he wanted Jay to go get Stephanie a birthday present, right? So that's pretty crappy luck that you loaned this guy who ends up pointing the finger at you for the murder, that you loaned him your car and cell phone the day that your ex-girlfriend goes missing. The next thing is that it seems pretty clear to me that Adnan asked Hay for a ride after school, because we've got at least 2 of their friends saying they overheard him ask for a ride from Hay. Adnan himself tells the cop that day he asked her for a ride. And in Jay's first interview with the detectives, he says to them, Adnan's plan was to get in Hay's car by telling her that his car was broken down and asking her for a ride. Then the next piece of bad luck is the Nisha call. I mean, even if the Nisha call could potentially be a butt dial.
Right, it's still...
In the realm of possibility, maybe it was a butt dial, but what are the chances? Like, that sucks for you that your phone butt dialed a girl that only you know and would call on this day that your ex-girlfriend goes missing, that you happen to loan your car and your phone out to the guy who ends up pointing the finger at you. That sucks. And then the last thing that I think really sucks for him if he's innocent is that Jay's story and the cell phone records match up from about 6 o'clock to about 8 o'clock, which is when Jay is saying that you are burying the body. And that's the time of the day when you just have no memory of where you were. And you have your dad saying you were at the mosque, and maybe Bilal, your youth leader,
Who never testifies.
who never testifies at the trial but testifies at the grand jury.
He says he saw him after dark at the mosque on the 13th.
But you, Adnan, you don't really remember where you were that evening, and that blank spot in your memory, that's the window of time when Jay's story actually does seem to be corroborated by the cell phone records.
Seem to be corroborated, yes, but Jay's statement only roughly matches the Leakin Park calls and 8 o'clock calls. Really roughly. The geography matches, but not the timing. But I take her point.
So I guess it just, in order to make him completely innocent of this, you just have to think, God, that is, like, you had so many terrible coincidences that day. There were so many, you had such bad luck that day, Adnan.
A lot of people see it this way. All of us on staff have heard from people who say just so quickly, oh yeah, he's totally guilty. Newsflash, people lie in murder cases, on the witness stand, whoop-de-doo. And we worried. Did we just spend a year applying excessive scrutiny to a perfectly ordinary case? So we called Jim Trainham back up. He's the former homicide detective we hired to review the investigation. And we asked him, is Adnan's case unremarkable? If we took a magnifying glass to any murder case, would we find similar questions, similar holes, similar inconsistencies? And Trainham said, no. He said most cases, sure, they have some ambiguity, but overall they're fairly clear. This one is a mess, he said. The holes are bigger than they should be. Other people who review cases, lawyers, a forensic psychologist, they told us the same thing. This case is a mess. While we've been rabbit-holing in our office, back out in the world, those lawyers from the University of Virginia Law School's Innocence Project Clinic have been coming up with their own most logical explanation, which couldn't be more different from Dana's. I haven't reported anything about it up to now, but over the weekend there was a development of sorts, so now I can tell you. Deirdre Enright and her students have a motion in the works to test the DNA from Adnan's case that wasn't tested. The PER kit, that's the swabs from Hayes' body, the material from under her fingernails, the hairs found on her body. In a motion like this, you have to give a viable reason to test this stuff. You have to show how it could potentially exculpate you. And Deirdre's reason is she thinks the DNA might match some other guy. The path to one of these other guys started way back when Dana and I went down to Charlottesville last February. Mario, one of her students, started looking online for possible signs of a serial killer, basically. I'd already told him about another strangling of a young woman who was also found in a Baltimore park, different park. And one thing led to another, and he came upon yet another case, cold case.
I stumbled upon a website that categorized all the unsolved murders in Baltimore County, and she was there.
Remember her name? I know your computer's not open now. But
unfortunately, do not.
Annalise.
Her last name was Lee.
Lee. Annalise Hyung-suk Lee. I believe she was also Korean. She was 27 when she was killed, strangled in her apartment in Owings Mills. She was found on December 13th, 1999, exactly 11 months after Hay disappeared. I could see why Mario was interested.
So is that so will you look into that now?
Absolutely.
Then, months later, I got a message to call Deirdre. She said she had huge news.
Deirdre Enright.
Hey, it's Sarah.
Sarah.
Her huge news, and this is attorney huge, not necessarily reporter huge, but anyway, the news was that she'd spoken to someone in the Baltimore County Police Department to ask about this unsolved case of Annalise Lee.
So I'm going to tell you quickly because I have to get on this call at 2:30.
Okay.
But so I called Sergeant something.
Sergeant something told her that they now had a suspect for this Owings Mills case from 15 years ago. They tested some old DNA and a match came back to this other guy who'd done other crimes, mostly burglaries.
He said, my guy was in prison a lot. And he said he had a really tiny window of being out and about, and he was very active while he was out and about.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said during that time that he was out, we linked him to 2 rapes and a murder. And the motives in all of them appeared to be burglary, but he always had sex with people.
Okay.
And he said that he got out and became active for 14 months. His release date was January 1, 1999.
Oh, my God.
Right?
So, what's his name?
He wouldn't tell me his name.
Oh, for crying out loud.
But he accidentally referred to him as Ronald.
And did he bury his victims?
I think he felt like he was telling me too much already.
Yeah. Deirdre later learned this guy's name was Ronald Lee Moore. Ronald Moore is dead now. He killed himself. But it seems like he committed lots of crimes. He'd been in prison in Baltimore for a while on assault and burglary convictions. And according to a Baltimore Sun article, in 2007, he was supposed to get transferred to a different jail in Anne Arundel County so he could be prosecuted for a different crime. But the Baltimore officials released him by accident. He was arrested about a month later in Louisiana for burglary. They figured out who he was and that he was wanted back in Maryland. Anyhow, this is the guy the Baltimore County cops linked through DNA to the death of Annalise in Owings Mills. And this is the guy that Deirdre and her gang are naming in their motion to test the DNA from Adnan's case. It's a long shot that there'll be anything testable in those samples. And it's a long shot that if there is, it'll match anyone but Hay. And most long shotty of all, that if it does match someone else, that someone else happens to be Ronald Lee Moore. When I say that to Deirdre, though, as I have several times, she always shoots right back. What makes more sense? That little 17-year-old never been in trouble with the law Adnan killed someone? Or that Ronald Moore, rapist and murderer, who got out of prison 13 days before Hay disappeared, that he killed someone? Right, I know, I say. But what about Jay? He knew where Hay's car was. He had to be involved. How does that account for Jay? And Deirdre says, big picture, Sarah. Big picture. Meanwhile, Adnan's post-conviction petition is still alive in the Maryland Court of Special Appeals. His attorney, Justin Brown, is working on a way to bring the issue of the Asia alibi before the court again. I spoke to Asia recently. She told me she stands by her memories of seeing Adnan that January afternoon in the public library, and she stands by her affidavit. For post-conviction purposes, Asia's alibi is still a big deal. It sure would seem to point to ineffective assistance of counsel. It's funny, though, knowing what we now know about the state's garbled timeline, and that Hay was maybe still alive at 2:45 or 3 p.m., Asia's library alibi doesn't pack the same punch for me as it once did. Deirdre and Justin Brown have been giving Adnan conflicting advice lately about how best to proceed, what to push for, and when. But on Saturday, Adnan finally gave Deirdre the go-ahead to file the motion to test the DNA. It was an emotional decision for him.
If there's anything about my case, man, I want to know it. You know what I'm saying? No one has to. I don't want anyone to be able to say, well, he didn't want to know, so boom, we went and found out. No, I want to know. And so I called Miss Deirdre. I said, look, Miss Deirdre, I want to do the testing. Man, I'm the one that asked for this. You guys had it sitting for 16 years, and you never tested it. It's impossible, man, for it to be sitting there for 16 years, and you guys never tested it. So that's fine. So I want to test it.
Yeah.
I want to see what it says. There's nothing about my case that I'm afraid of.
I got you a good one. You should be a fucking detective. A fucking genius.
So, back to Adnan's question. Do I have an ending?
I was just thinking it the other day. I said, I'm pretty sure she probably has people telling her, like, look, this case, he's probably guilty. You're going crazy trying to find out that he's innocent, which you're not going to find because he's guilty. I mean, I don't think you'll ever have 100% or you know what I'm saying, any type of certainty about it. The only person in the whole world who can have that is me. And, I mean, for what it's worth, whoever did it. You'll never have that. I don't think you will.
Adnan told me all he wanted was to take the narrative back from the prosecution, just as an exercise, so people could see his case without makeup on, look at it in the eye, up close, and make their own judgments. He told me he doesn't think I should weigh in.
I think you should just go down the middle. I think you shouldn't really take a side. I mean, it's not, obviously, what I'm saying, my decision or whatever, obviously it's yours, but I'm saying if I was to be you, just go down the middle. Hey, obviously you know how to narrate it, but I checked these things out, and these are the things that look bad against him. These are the things that, the state doesn't really have an answer for. You know what I mean? And I think in a way you could even go point for point. And in a sense, you leave it up to the audience to determine.
While I appreciate Adnan's blessing to take a powder, I'm not going to. Dana's right to be skeptical. What are the chances one guy got so unlucky that everything lined up against him just so? Because yes, there's a police file full of information, circumstantial information, that looks bad for Adnan. But let's put another file next to that one, side by side. In that second file, let's put all the other evidence we have linking Adnan to the actual crime, the actual killing. What do we have? What do we know? Not what do we think we know. What do we know? If the call log does not back up Jay's story, if the Nisha call is no longer set in stone, then think about it. What do we got for that file? All we're left with is Jay knew where the car was. That's it. And that, all by itself, that is not a story. It's a beginning, but it's not a story. It's not enough, to me, to send anyone to prison for life, never mind a 17-year-old kid. Because you, me, the state of Maryland, based on the information we have before us, I don't believe any of us can say what really happened to Hay. As a juror, I vote to acquit Adnan Syed. I have to acquit. Even if, in my heart of hearts, I think Adnan killed Hay, I still have to acquit. That's what the law requires of jurors. But I'm not a juror. So just as a human being walking down the street next week, what do I think? If you asked me to swear that Adnan Syed is innocent, I couldn't do it. I nurse doubt. I don't like that I do, but I do. I mean, most of the time, I think he didn't do it. For big reasons, like the utter lack of evidence, but also small reasons. Things he said to me just off the cuff, or moments when he's cried on the phone and tried to stifle it so I wouldn't hear. And just the bare fact of why on earth would a guilty man agree to let me do this story, unless he was cocky to the point of delusion. I used to think that when Adnan's friends told me, I can't say for sure if he's innocent, but the guy I knew, there's no way he could have done this. I used to think that was a cop-out, a way to avoid asking yourself uncomfortable, disloyal, disheartening questions. But I think I'm there now too, and not for lack of asking myself those hard questions, but because as much as I want to be sure, I'm not. When Rabia first told me about Adnan's case, certainty, one way or the other, seemed so attainable. We just needed to get the right documents, spend enough time, talk to the right people, find his alibi. And then I did find Asia, and she was real, and she remembered, and we all thought, how hard could this possibly be? We just have to keep going. And now, more than a year later, I feel like shaking everyone by the shoulders, like an aggravated cop. Don't tell me Adnan's a nice guy. Don't tell me Jay was scared. Don't tell me who might have made some 5-second phone call. Just tell me the facts, ma'am. Because we didn't have them 15 years ago, and we still don't have them now. Serial is produced by Julie Snyder, Dana Chivas, and me. Emily Condon is our production and operations manager. Ira Glass is our editorial advisor.
Ira
Help this week
Glass.
from Joel Lovell and Nancy Updike. Production help from Sean Cole. Research and fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Administrative
Nancy
support from Elise
Updike.
Bergerson. Our score is by Mark Phillips, who also mixed the episode. Our theme song is by Nick Thorburn, who provided additional scoring. Special thanks today to Oliver Monday, David Odell, Chris Cunningham, Bennett Epstein, David Raphael, and to our respective spouses, Ben Schreier, Jeff Melman, and Rachel Hammerman. Thank you all. And thanks to WBEZ and to Goli Sheikhul Islami. A huge thank you to the entire staff of This American Life, most especially to Seth Lind, who gave us operation support throughout the entire season. Thank you. Our website, where you can listen to all our episodes and find photos, letters, and other documents from the case, serialpodcast.org. And if you want updates about Season 2, coming sometime in 2015, please sign up for our email newsletter. That's serialpodcast.org. In the meantime, we hope you'll listen to our other show, This American Life. It's a radio show and a podcast, thisamericanlife.org. Serial is a production of This American Life and WBEZ Chicago.
Previously on Serial.
What did he tell you?
He told me that she had broke his heart. It was extremely wrong for anyone to treat him that way.
He was like the community's golden child.
I think like the odds of you getting the charming sociopath, you're just not that lucky.
You don't think that I know you at all?
I mean, for you to say that I'm a great person, I mean, like a nice person, I've only talked to you on the phone a few times.
This is a Global Tel Link prepaid call from
Adnan Sayed.
an inmate at a Maryland correctional facility. This call will be recorded and monitored. If you wish to block any future calls,
From This American Life and WBEZ Chicago, it's Serial, one story told week by week. I'm Sarah Koenig. For 2 months now, I've been grappling with rumors about Adnan. People telling me there's stuff you don't know about Adnan, stuff you need to know to understand who you're dealing with. These communications came in the form of phone calls, many phone calls, sometimes one-on-one, sometimes conference calls, also texts and nervous emails. I can't tell this one, I've spoken to that one, and then that one gets worried that I've broken my word, which I promise I haven't. When person 2 doesn't confirm the thing person 1 told me, and I report that back to person 1 often tells me person 2 is lying to me. All these rumors are coming from people Adnan knew growing up in the mosque community. The South Asian
24-hour
families who attend the
streams?
Islamic Society of Baltimore.
Uh,
Some of these people I'd already talked to during
I've
the first
stayed
round
up
of
24
reporting for
hours
this
before.
story. But then once the series started and they heard how Adnan was being portrayed, a new round of phone calls began. The rumors
I don't know.
themselves are nothing too dastardly. Nobody
It's
is
not
saying
too
it's nothing
complicated.
good
All
or
you do is
proof. None of
drink
it is
energy
directly
drinks,
connected
drink
to the
coffee,
crime.
drink tea,
But likely there are a great many things I
but
don't
stuff
know
like
about
that.
Adnan.
Hey man,
And some
how
of
you
the things
doing?
I was hearing were giving me pause. So I checked them out as best I could. Not every single one. I mean, some of them were so small that I initially was confused by the telling.
How you
waiting for
doing,
the
dude?
punchline that had
Have
already
you
slid
what?
by.
Were you watching
Such
somebody
as,
doing a
he took
24-hour
piece of my
stream?
clothing, a piece of designer sportswear, and then over-explained, claiming it wasn't mine or that he didn't know it was mine, and then apologized profusely. I, Sarah Koenig, am going to confess something right now. I have done exactly the same thing. More than once, I'd wager. On the other end of the scale was a story so incriminating that we thought, well, if this one is true, then we're done. Our story is over, and we can all go home. This was the biggie, and I worked every angle I could to suss it out. I heard it secondhand, that someone said something about Adnan at a party 50 years back. I spent weeks trying to learn first the name
That's
and
probably
the
not
location
true.
of that
I think
someone,
my uptime
then trying
is
to contact
incorrect.
that someone, and then finally driving several hours to question that someone in person. I nervously knock at the door. Nice guy comes out.
I think
We
if
chat.
you...
He tells me what I've spent all these weeks.
I
and
think I've
hours
been
waiting
streaming
for.
since...
Oh yeah, he says. I remember Adnan. Nice kid.
I don't know,
I remember
maybe
he seemed sad when he knew
6
his
hours
girlfriend
or
broke up.
something. I don't know.
And
Definitely
so,
not
prompt him.
20 something.
I heard
I
this
think
thing.
I think it's just
Is that
incorrect. Let me
true?
look at it.
Anything else you want to tell me?
Yeah,
The
that's
guy
wrong.
looks
I didn't
blank.
reset it.
That's all he had for me.
Whoops.
Imagine I have a file on my desk about this rumor, and I just stamped it with my big cartoon stamp, unsubstantiated. I
Whoopsie
crossed it off
doodles.
the list.
If you go into my previous broadcast and you look at the VOD from today, I think you'll see, like, it'll say, oh, there's a VOD from like 12 hours ago or something.
Here's Ali,
I think
not
that's
his real name,
the
and
correct
this is also
uptime.
not his real voice. Why the secrecy?
So for me, it's 4
Let's
a.m.
say you use my voice and use my first name and last name.
It's
and
4
then you play it
a.m.
on NPR radio, whatever, and then somebody from the community hears it. Within seconds, that will travel throughout the whole community. And this is what he said. He probably knows something. How do we know he's not involved?
It's 4 a.m. and I probably started streaming around 10 or something.
That's how
So
irrational their thinking is. But I don't know. It's very irrational thinking, and it's sad because it's educated kids talking like that. And
But
I
it's
think
you, but
What,
you're one of
like
them.
4
You're
plus
sup-
2?
You're basically saying I'm
4
succumbing
plus
to
2 is
this
6. So I've probably
irrational-
been streaming on and off for 6 hours.
I'm 100% brainwashed by it.
Ali and others told me that their community is judgmental. Right and wrong is drummed into you early and often. Adults judge kids' behavior, which then gets reflected back onto their parents. This is certainly not unique to their community, and the other thing that isn't unique is how
How you doing,
close-knit it
Kraken?
is. Information and gossip travel swiftly, and you don't want to be the one who goes against the grain or says something that could hurt Adnan or his parents. No one wants to end up in hot water. I live in a small town. I understand that. But what I hadn't totally understood, I think, is how scared people were when Adnan got arrested. I got an anonymous text recently that said, quote, "I'm a Muslim male who attends the Baltimore Mosque. My father and Adnan's father are good friends and have known each other for years. Adnan's story has always been an urban legend to us kids growing up in the Muslim community, clouded in mystery and used
Oh,
as a
yes, he
cautionary
dropped it.
tale." Some people did speak out on tape. I mean, Rabi and Saad Chowdhury obviously did, and there are others too. But there's also a significant faction of people, including Ali, who are scared. Ali said his parents were especially protective, like a 10 on the protective scale, so that after Adnan was arrested, they were
Have I
frantic
done
about
any
his
new
safety.
drawings?
His own life changed because of it.
I have some new drawings, but they're like on paper.
Are you
I
serious? That
have
really
drawings that
happened?
you probably
It
haven't
really
seen.
happened. I'm not even making that up.
Because your mailbox was like at the end of a driveway or at the end
But
of
they're all on
My
like
mailbox
paper.
is attached to the wall of my house next to the front door. And if I open the front door, he's like, "Where are you going? Who are you gonna go meet? Is it a girl? Are you gonna give her a ride?" Because they think Adnan gave her a ride, and so they think that that's the reason that they picked him up, because he gave a ride. And there was a girl named that I used to give rides to in the morning.
What about you?
Lived down the
Do
street
you have
from
any
me.
new drawings?
And after Adnan got picked up, she came and was knocking on the door like, "You didn't come pick me up. What's going on?" And my dad went crazy. My dad dropped her.
I don't know. Lately I haven't been drawing very much. I've been slacking pretty hard on my you know,
that's just
my commitments to my art, or commitments or goals that I have with making art and stuff. So I've been kind of slacking.
And even now, if you go to like a party and try to talk about Adnan's case, everyone just gets quiet. Not because they're saying he did it or he didn't do it or no. It's just kind of like you know, if you don't talk about it, then it doesn't exist.
A bunch of people I talked to told me they feel guilty towards Adnan, that they let him down because they let him astray, or didn't protect him, or didn't mentor him, or didn't show up enough at trial, or didn't visit him in jail. Even ones who
Yeah,
were
life
about
gets
his
busy.
innocence said,
It's hard to
"Please tell Adnan
keep
I love him,"
keep
or,
track
"Please
with
tell
all
him I'm
these kinds of
sorry."
things.
And I often say back, "You should tell him yourself. You can write to him, you know." And then sometimes comes a pause. The reason Ali agreed to go on tape was that he wanted me to know this about Adnan.
I remember, especially in middle school and elementary, more into middle school, that when we would get picked for sports, Adnan was very athletic, tall, good-looking, kind of like the jock role, and I was more chubby, short, kind of the nerdy, kind of role. So he never made me feel that. He always made sure I got picked for the team. If other kids made fun of me on my athletic performance, or I couldn't shoot, or I couldn't kick the ball, and they would start poking fun, he would always have my back and kind of tell them stop it, or kind of watch out for me, kind of like an older brother. And I'll never forget that.
Adnan was the kind of kid who'd stand up when your parents came into the room, Elise said. At parties or events, he'd be the first one to ask, "How can I help you, Auntie? Do you need help setting up those tables, Uncle?" This was what Ali, disguised and anonymous, had to say.
I'm listening to a podcast about a murder
Normally,
case.
I probably wouldn't pursue rumors that on their face aren't connected to the crime at hand. But in this case, I decided it was worthwhile because of where these rumors come from. I think these rumors are coming from a feeling that a handful of people have. I've heard this from about 4 people who knew Adnan growing up, that Adnan was
Have you
capable
heard
of committing
Have you
this
heard about
crime.
this?
I think they believe
this
softens
podcast
in his
called Serial?
personality that they think I am not seeing, namely that he's duplicitous. The term psychopath gets thrown in sometimes. People told me he used his charm and his smarts to deflect suspicion or weasel out of things when he got caught. Pretty much what the judge said to him at his sentencing. Which brings me to the only rumor I heard that at least partly checked out. It was this. Adnan stole money from the mosque, donation money. I heard various versions of how this happened or could have happened, but from what I can tell, the basic story is people who come to pray on Fridays, and it's a lot of people, many hundreds, some of them put donation money into boxes, and that's what Adnan skimmed.
Yeah, it sounds a little
2
bit
people
like
told
the
me
way
they
she
saw him do
talks.
it. One person told me he'd seen it several times. He wouldn't go on tape. But the other guy did.
He was stealing from the mosque every Friday.
This is a guy I can't name, whose voice we've also changed. See explanation above.
Because he was looked upon like the golden child, and his dad was very religious, and he would go out on missionary work and so on. So his family was looked at, very good religious family, and he was collecting money, or the donation boxes that would go around on Friday after prayer. He would.
Holy, I'm so strong. Look how strong I
He
am.
was
Nothing
in
can
charge,
stand up to me.
of
I'm
getting
God
all the boxes
now.
together and counting the money and totaling it all up.
Okay.
And he was pocketing thousands of dollars every week. And nobody questioned, good little Muslim kids, stealing from the mosque. I mean, are you serious? We couldn't even imagine.
Look how strong I
You
am.
saw him actually.
No one can stand in my way.
I absolutely saw him taking it, and I also have done it.
This guy estimated that Adnan had stolen many thousands of dollars over time. Tens of thousands, maybe $100,000. This sounded fantastical to me, so I checked with Makbul Patel. He was president of the Islamic Society of Baltimore at the time. He said he'd never heard of Adnan taking donation money, but that it does happen from time to time, someone stealing or trying to. There are people who take shoes, he added. My own brand new shoes were stolen. Twice he said that happened, once in New York and once in Baltimore. But if Adnan did take money, he said, there's no way it was a big amount. He said on average, people donated about $2,500
Do you like
at Friday prayers,
true crime
maybe
stuff?
Up to
Do you listen to
$3,000 if it was a
podcasts?
special occasion. That money was used to pay the bills, he said, keep the electricity and heat on. If they were even $100 short on any given week, they'd have noticed. So sure, maybe $20 or $40 here or there, but not hundreds. And thousands out of the question. Adnan says it's true. He did take donation money. When I first asked him about it, he was unhappy. I've asked him so many, frankly, insulting things, so many nosy and inappropriate questions, and he's never given me pushback. But this was the last straw.
How
What
come?
does it have to do
You
with the
rather
case
watch
he
like a
wanted to know?
video or
He's never
something?
claimed that he's innocent of killing Hay because he's a perfect or even a good person, he said. So why talk about this? And why the double standard? Why wasn't I going into everyone else's closet and pulling out skeletons that made them look bad? Why do I protect other people and call him out on everything? He's endured other stuff in my reporting that he didn't think was fair to him.
You go from my savior to my executioner on it, just flip-flop, like Mitt Romney.
But now he was sticking up for
Mitt
himself, he said.
Romney.
He seemed pissed and hurt, and I understood it.
I mean, and it's a very uncomfortable thing for me to talk about. You know what I'm saying? It's a very shameful thing that I did. You know what I'm saying? I've never denied it. I don't understand. I just think it's really unfair to me.
If you don't want to talk about this, that's your prerogative. Like, I'm not going to force you to talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it,
But I'm also not going to sit here and you mention it, and this is the only thing I don't talk about. You understand what I'm saying? So it's put me in a predicament. Like, it's like you're basically like publicly shaming me for something that I've never denied that I did anyway, and it has nothing to do with the case. But you won't do it to other people, though. I mean, it's like, why do I have to keep getting called out on my stuff? That has nothing to do with the case, but you don't do it to nobody else.
well,
you don't do it to nobody else, Joe.
You don't know do it to nobody else.
A couple of days and phone calls later, all was calm, and he told me his stealing story. It was during the summer, maybe the summer before 8th grade, he said.
During like the Friday prayers, a lot of times there would be one adult, and he would get like 4 or 5 kids together.
Do you
And he
watch?
would say, hey, look, I
Do
want
you watch
guys
any
to go
like
around
TV
and
shows?
collect, money
I haven't
for
watched.
sports
I
fans.
usually
And, however,
watch.
different days, it was different ways. So it was usually
I
anywhere
watch
from, like, 4
The
to 5
Walking
of us.
Dead.
We'd all have
Do you
little
watch The
boxes
Walking
or
Dead?
something, and people would come and
But
they'd
I
put
usually
money in 'em.
wait for.
Like, it would be, I mean, I'm not trying to
I
say
usually
it's not
wait
like Ocean's 11
for
or whatever,
a
but
long
it
pile
was
up
like
of
thousands of
episodes of a
dollars in
show
cash,
that I like
like
watching,
1,
so that I
5,
can watch
10,
them all at
15,
once.
maybe like
I kind of hate
1,500,
waiting
$2,000 or
every. Like I
$3,000
hate
in
waiting
cash.
every week
And
for a new
I don't really
episode. I just want to
remember who.
binge
I'm not
watch
saying
them.
it was me. I'm not saying it wasn't me.
Because
You know,
then
just
it's
the
like a
idea
really
came up like, hey
long.
man, we could take like 60 or 80
So then when you
dollars
watch them all at
and we
once,
go
it's
to
like
the
a really
movies,
really
go
long
to the
movie.
mall, play in the arcades, like eating stuff like that. So eventually it would be a thing where like 1 or 2 of us would like pocket a $20 bill and then pocket another $20 bill.
The
and
thing-
the other 3, or 2 or 3 of us would do it, and the other 2 would kind of like keep watch. And I mean, it was it was wrong. It was very.
The thing about Walking Dead is it's kind of annoying the way how people die. Like the way I was so angry when Beth died. Like, they spent so much time trying to rescue Beth, right? And then when they finally fucking find her, she fucking fucks it up and kills, like, and gets killed. And I'm like, holy shit, Beth, what the fuck? Why didn't you guys just leave and then come back to try and save Noah or something, right? And I was like, holy shit. Or like the way fucking Dale dies. He's just like, he just fucking herpa-derping walking around and he fucking gets wrecked for no reason. By like the slowest zombie in my, like, I've ever seen in my life. You know, like, what's going on in this freaking movie? What's going on in this show? So, at, I don't know what those are. Are those like, what's XBMC? What is that? Is that some kind of program or something? What is that? But I don't know. To me, Rick is really annoying. Oh, it's like a media player thing that you can like stick a flash drive into and like watch movies and stuff. It's something that you like attach to your TV. It's a media playing thing that you attach to your TV, right? And then it's connected by like Wi-Fi or something in your house or by the internet in your house, and then you can like watch movies from your computer and stuff. Is it like one of those things? I don't know. The only thing that's kept me watching, the only thing that's kept me watching The Walking Dead is Carol. Like the way Carol kind of like went insane in the show is kind of like the only thing that's kept me watching. Cause like, I don't know, sure Rick goes crazy sometimes or whatever, but the only person that really has changed a lot during the show has been Carol, you know? Carol changed the most, right? She was this kind of battered wife at the beginning, and then at the end, she's this person that will do anything. She'll do anything to protect the people she cares about. So, like when they were in the prison, she like killed the people who were sick. So it's kind of interesting how she's come along, and it makes sense. It makes sense that she's acting like that now because, in some ways she feels like she was never able to protect her daughter from her husband, or she was never able to protect herself from her abusive husband when everything was still like before zombies, so then Carol like became like super crazy and started killing everybody. So in some ways, I think she's kind of trying to make up for the fact that she was so weak before. So now she's like overcompensating and being like super crazy. Yeah, I didn't like that too when the show started to be less about surviving. Like the thing that I like about zombie stuff and I like about like apocalyptic kind of things is, I don't know, I just like, it's a weird fantasy of how much I like looting. Like for some reason the idea of going to like an abandoned um, an abandoned mall and like looting it for supplies and stuff, and like the joy that like the character experiences when like the group, they need to find water, and then they like go into this, I don't know, into this place, and they find a nice source of water and everyone's really happy about it. There's something really satisfying about that you see all these people who really need something and then they find it. Like, that's really satisfying to me. But yeah, the show has become less about this kind of survival, and it's more about how everyone who's left, everyone who's survived this long, everyone who's survived, like, I don't know, it's 2 years, I guess, since it's been 2 years since the zombies started, that they're kind of making this statement that everyone who's survived up to this point, like for 2 years with all the zombies, are already people who are good at surviving, right? These are already really strong people. And then, so zombies shouldn't really be too much of a problem for them, and like finding supplies shouldn't be really too much of a problem for them. So the only way they can like up the ante, because these aren't like fast zombies, right? Like 28 days later. These are slow zombies. So the only thing that's kind of left to like pose a threat to like the group is other people, right? Because it's people who are smart, right? And zombies are pretty stupid, and they're kind of easy to kill. As long as you like, as long as you're being careful, you shouldn't really die to these zombies, right? If they just like make fences and whatever, like the zombies are pretty easy to kill. So to me, it kind of makes sense that, yeah, the major threats should be people, but also at the same time, I don't want to watch that, right? Even though it makes sense to me, even though that makes sense to me that like actual threats are the people, or like how stupid people are, like, because a lot of times people die trying to save somebody who's really dumb. Like, I don't know, I forget, like, I don't know, just someone's really dumb and they do stupid stuff, so some other people try and save them and then they die saving them, right? So it's really like the human threat that's like the most threatening, really. But also, I don't want to watch that. I want to watch survival stuff, right? And I don't know. It's a little bit like, what's it? It's a little bit like, playing survival games. You're so excited and happy when, oh, I finally built the building that allows me to, if I capture a goat, I can put the goat in this building and then I can get goat milk. Like, it's so satisfying upgrading like your camp or something. So that was always really fun to watch them, have setbacks, but then also get like, get power-ups and stuff. Like, oh yeah, we our base, like, our prison, like, we fixed the walls and now we added some farms or whatever, and everyone's like can have food now and blah 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 blah. So it's really satisfying in that kind of like nesting camp upgrade kind of way. But of course it can't stay like that forever, because that kind of stuff doesn't make for like a good story. It doesn't make for a compelling story. And especially because zombies aren't people, like they're just like monsters that don't think, and they're like pretty dumb. Like, they don't pose that great of a threat necessarily, unless they like make something crazy, like, oh, the monsters are mutating, right? Like, there's always like, every time, just like in a video game, right? Every time you power up, the monsters have to get harder, or it's just boring, right? If the monsters all stayed like level 1s, hopping around slimes, like, it wouldn't keep your attention. And then you just keep getting better, and you just become what I am right now, like this floating, super like shooting monster. I don't know. But I'm more interested with like Carol. Because Carol does things I don't expect her to do. Like, I feel like I know, like I always feel like I know what Rick is gonna do, and I always know what, I don't know. Like I always feel like I know what Michonne is gonna say. I always think I know what, what all those other people are gonna do and say, but I never know what Carol's gonna say. Like I feel like Carol's such a wild card in the mix, and she just starts murdering people, and you're like, what the fuck, Carol? What are you doing? Yeah, she went pretty crazy. But yeah, just some of like the weird like interpersonal tension is kind of boring. Like I don't necessarily care about that kind of stuff. The kind of things that I do like in a movie is I kind of like family dramas, because I feel like I understand families and I understand like interpersonal like family drama, and I kind of find it interesting how people, interact with their families. Yeah, especially when her like fucking daughter was missing. Holy shit. That was so annoying. I really didn't like it when they were at the I didn't like it when they were at the farm. I found that shit so annoying. I was like, holy fuck. And then I found the Herschel's family. I thought they were really annoying. Oh, I've watched a bunch of New Girl. Fuck no. God damn it. I don't want a rusted sword. Um, yeah, I've watched a bunch of New Girl. It's pretty funny. It didn't really change much, and then I kind of stopped watching when Zoe, or what's her name? I forget what her character's name is. I stopped watching when she started to date Nick, or whatever. What's his name? Like, Nick's the guy, right? I was like, oh, she's dating Nick. Like, I don't want them to date, you know? Because then it always changes. It always changes the fucking, I don't know, I just don't like that shit. And it's so obvious too. And it's not like interesting, and it's not, and it always like perpetuates this idea that you can't be friends with girls. Like guys and girls can't be friends or whatever. Like they're always trying to have sex with each other and stuff. I don't know. I don't like it. It's just really boring. Or her name is Jess, right? Jessica? Yeah. Does that continue, or do they break up eventually? I hope they break up. I would prefer it if they broke up. No, just tell me. Because then it's just like, I don't know. It's just gross. It's just gross. In the same way it's gross when it happens in real life. You know, you have like a group of friends and then all of a sudden two of the friends start dating. It changes everything, you know? Right? It just like changes everything. And it kind of sucks. You know, cuz then I liked their group dynamic when they were just all friends, and then all of a sudden two of them start dating. It's like, ugh, you guys ruined everything. Couldn't keep it in their pants.
Perhaps it is best I leave you to rot. This place could use a necromancer's touch. Your place is beneath my feet.
Oh. Did you like those? I only watched the first one of Cloudy with Chance of Meatballs, and I never watched any of the Ted movies. It's not my kind of humor. It's not my kind of comedy movie that I would like to watch. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think it's that funny that it's like a weird teddy bear that swears. Like I kind of I don't know. Is it more than that? Is it more interesting than just a really vulgar teddy bear that swears and stuff? Or is that the whole movie? Is that the whole movie? It's just everyone's supposed to laugh because the bear, like the teddy bear, is swearing? Is that like the whole movie? I mean, I don't know. I think it would be funny for a little bit, but I don't think it would stay funny. Well, not for me. But I mean, everybody's sense of humor is like really different, right? It's really hard to say, "Oh, your sense of humor is really dumb" or whatever. You know, like everybody likes what they like, and it's weird how you can sort of say, oh, your preference in action movies is kind of shitty. Like, there's a way you can sort of be a little bit objective about. You can be kind of objective about like someone's what kind of movies somebody like what kind of action movies somebody likes. And you go, oh, what you like? You like Steven Seagal movies? Those movies suck or whatever, right? Oh, what? The teddy bear starts to have sex with a human woman? Is that what you're telling me? In the second movie, the teddy bear has sex with a woman? Yeah, but there's something much more personal. There's something a lot more personal about humor, right? And what makes somebody laugh won't make somebody else laugh. Like, it's so personal and it's so arbitrary, and it's kind of inexplicable about like why some people like, fart jokes and other people don't like fart jokes. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so much more personal than just saying like, oh no, you're a dum dum and that's why you like those kinds of movies or something, right? Like, it's really hard to just say that, like, oh, you're stupid, that's why you like stupid humor or something like that. Like, it's really hard to say that. I wouldn't say that. Because, I don't know, I mean, you can kind of say, well, there's kind of like slapstick humor, and then there's kind of like more witty humor, and then there's more kind of like absurdist kind of humor, and there's more crass humor, and there's humor that's more based on like story or something, but it's so hard to say, oh, you can't like Charlie Chaplin because that's such lowbrow humor and that's for idiots and you're a dummy for like it's really hard to say that. Whereas like action movies, you can say, yo, that action movie sucks and you're dumb for liking that action movie. That action movie is awful, right? I feel like it's easier to say that than, oh, you must be dumb, you'd like Pineapple Express or something, even though those are movies I don't like. Yeah, my friend, a lot of times my friend says, even though she might not agree with a message a movie might say, like maybe the movie's a little bit sexist, or maybe the movie's a little bit kind of like racist or something, she says that it doesn't like bother her. She says it doesn't bother her that much that a movie is kind of like that, because in a movie you are meant to be open-minded. You're meant to accept the story. So it's kind of like what you're saying, like that you're meant to accept the conditions of the movie. Otherwise, you aren't suspending disbelief, right? Otherwise, you aren't giving yourself over to the storyteller to allow them to tell their story. If the whole time you're like, oh no, I don't like it. I don't like that they're kind of saying black people are stupid, or I don't like it that they're like doing this or something. So she kind of has like, I don't know if that's exactly the same, but it's a kind of similar position. Yeah, because it's a story, you're meant to accept it, right? So what that also means for her, or what that also means to her, is that like, even if some things don't make sense, like if some things don't make that much sense, as long as it's not a plot hole, she'll just accept it. Like, she'll accept kind of some like really stupid ideas. And she says, well, that's the point of the story. The point of the story is to allow this... The point of watching a movie, or the point of being told a story, is not to say, hey, I'm gonna poke holes in your story. the point is to be allowed to be taken to another, another reality, right? To give yourself over to the story and accept it, and well, within reason, right? Within reason, accept what you're being told. But for me, usually I'm not like that. For me, I'm not like that. I'm very much one of those people like, this is stupid. Cause I'm like a little like, I'm a little peanut. Nice try. Not picking up that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that sword. Sword's garbage. A lot of times people make the mistake trying to fit yourself in with the character, which may not. Oh yeah. That's the other point that my friend would say too, right? She's like, okay, even if the protagonist of a story is racist or like, otherwise, objectionable or like someone you detest, she said that doesn't make the story, bad. Like just because the protagonist is someone you don't like doesn't diminish the story, because the protagonist is it doesn't matter that you don't like them. What matters is if it's a good story, right? And whether or not it's a good story is independent of whether or not you think whether or not you think maybe the protagonist is a moral person or an ethical person or something.
Take your time. I'm open forever.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the point of movies or stories is kind of either to, it's either to entertain or enlighten or provoke, questions in the viewer, I mean, I guess to simplify all of that down, I guess you would just say, the point of a movie or a story is to entertain, even if the story is like slightly educational, like I feel like To Kill a Mockingbird has an agenda, right? To Kill a Mockingbird has an agenda to, talk to people about racism and like how, like, it's a young adult novel, How to Kill a Mockingbird, and I felt like it was kind of like aimed towards children, and it's like, this is what racism is like, and this is what racism can do, and like the Atticus Finch is a lawyer, and he's like pretty much teaching you, don't be racist, like don't judge people, you should be nice to people or whatever, right? So even though like a book like that is kind of very, like has a moral to the story or whatever, right? At the end of the day, if it wasn't an entertaining book, I think people wouldn't read it, right? Even though something has like a good message or something like that, it still has to be entertaining, or people won't read it. It still has to be written well, and it still has to be compelling or something. Because even though it's not like To Kill a Mockingbird was a fun book, that's like a false correlation, you know? Like entertaining doesn't have to be fun. Like people think, oh, entertainment means something has to be light, has to be like funny, like a comedy. Only comedies are entertaining, but I don't know. People like watching scary movies because they like feeling scared. They like being able to be scared in a very safe environment. It gives them thrills, right? So that's entertaining. While like watching a scary movie isn't like fun or funny or like comical, but it's, you know, it's scary, but it's fun to be scared sometimes. So although like you can say it still has to be entertaining, I think it's weird using the word entertaining. I guess a better word would be like compelling. Like it still has to be very compelling, and things can be compelling because they're like funny or something. So like the thing with like true crime, right? Like people who like reading you know, books about a crime story or something that actually happened. People like to, they find it very compelling, and they really want to, you know, they want to understand what happened, and they find it scary and whatever. And you know, I have those kind of like urges. That's why I read, or that's why I watch, or I was listening to that podcast, right? Because you know, people very much have a sense of right and wrong. So then when you're like listening to a story, when you're listening to a story about like wrongful conviction, or like the possibility of like a wrongful conviction. Oh no, did I break the game? Yep, I broke the game. I jumped into the hole when the monster despawned, and then I got stuck in the ground.
Sale? Never heard of it.
What kind of games do I play? I play League of Legends. I play Don't Starve. Don't Starve's like a crafting survival game. I play, you know, I play some roguelike indie games. So I've played like Faster Than Light. I've played Risk of Rain. That kind of stuff. I also like trivia games, but I haven't seen like any online multiplayer trivia games. Like there is that game You Don't Know Jack, but I don't think you can play like, I don't think you can play multiplayer. I don't think you can play multiplayer online or something. You probably can only play local co-op. But I'm very good at trivia. I have a really, the thing about me is when I was growing up, I would watch television endlessly, you know. I would watch endless hours of television, and that didn't mean that I always watched, you know, that didn't mean like I always watched cartoons. I would watch anything that was on TV. So what that means for me is I had such, like growing up, I just had such a wide base of knowledge, and it always surprised like it always surprised my teachers, my my vocabulary and the kinds of things I knew, because I just watched so much television and so many disparate and different kinds of television that that I just acquired just tons and tons of knowledge, just random stuff. So that makes me pretty good at trivia games. I don't know. It's such a weird thing because growing up, I would know what words meant, right? So the teacher's like, "Oh, you must read a lot. You must read a lot because you knew you must read a lot because you knew what this word meant or something." And people who read a lot have a large vocabulary, and I'm like, "Nope, I don't read." I actually growing up, I had a very hard time reading. I don't know if I'm dyslexic. I don't think I am. Sometimes I think I am, but I don't think so. But I actually didn't read at all, but because I had such a large vocabulary, everyone thought I read a lot. It's just, I just watched, World War II, like A&E, History Channel, World War II documentaries and shit like that. So I would just hear a lot of different words and then come to understand what they meant, because for some reason they found it a special skill to deduce the meaning of a word through context. So if somebody said, "Oh, your hat is mauve," and I didn't know what mauve was, but I clearly saw that their hat was this kind of purpley reddish color, and then another time I see somebody else refer to something as mauve, and then it must be that color, and then you just learn through context what words mean, right? Especially when they're descriptions, right? So someone's acting like an asshole, and then you say, "Oh, that person is a tyrant," or something, right? That person, you see somebody acting very, strict and jerky, and then someone calls them a tyrant, and you're like, "Oh, that must be someone who's, kind of bossy and an asshole." I'm a visual learner, so I like reading graphic novels and comics. And it's not even that I don't like reading. I like reading. I once, borrowed all the books of an author from the library, and I just read all the books. It's just, it takes more work, and for some reason, there's some kind of, there's some hesitation for me to invest in reading. It's a lot more work on your part. You have to read it, and you have to imagine it, and you have to, do it. Whereas watching something is much more passive. Because with reading, you bring a lot to the story when you read something, right? Because you have to do a lot of the imagining. You have to do the voices in your head, right? The book will say, "Oh, she said, go fuck yourself," she said in a shrill voice at the top of her lungs. So when you read that, you kind of have to imagine what that is, right? So you have to do some work, right, to imagine what's going on, whereas a movie or a TV show is a much more concrete, finalized version of what the storyteller meant for you to see, right? So there's just something like I don't want to start a book and then get to the middle of the book and realize the book's really shitty. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I put in all those hours reading that book, and then that book was a piece of shit, you know? Whereas I can put a bunch of hours watching a TV show on my computer, but I can do other stuff at the same time. So I can be half committed to watching the show, and then I don't have to be so committed until I figure out, oh, you know what, it is good, and it is, you know, whatever. Also, the way a book is laid out isn't like a TV show, right? A TV show, you can pretty much figure out if you're gonna like a TV show from maybe 3 episodes, right? From 3 episodes, you're probably gonna be able to tell the tone and style of a TV show, because even though there's a larger arc to the story and to every season and to, like, you know, to the whole series in general, every episode has to be a self-contained. Every episode has to have an arc, and every episode has to have, you know, its own kind of. Every episode has to have its own, you know, arc. So then when you watch just like 3 episodes of a TV show, you get a really good sense of whether or not you're gonna like it. Whereas when you read a book, it might take you, you know, you might have to read half the book before you figure out if you're gonna like the book at all, right? So that's like a bigger commitment just to see if you're gonna like the book. I don't know if that makes sense. Because like every TV episode is like a little sample of what the whole series is like, right? Whereas a book, it's not structured that way, really. I mean, I guess you can kind of think that each chapter is kind of like an episode, and that each chapter has its own arc within the story, but it's not the same as the way I think a TV show is written. And I've read books where the first few chapters were so fucking boring. It's just like, holy shit, the beginning of this book is so fucking slow. Please murder me. Like, it's just so slow. But then later on, the book gets better later on. But it's just, you know, just at the beginning, it's just fucking slow. It's kind of like math, where you have to use your brain, except you have many ways to interpret it. I don't know about that. Oh, is this better? Oh, this is so much better. 300, 460 attack speed, strength, energy, all stats, all talents, life per hit 2000. Sick. Sick. That's so much better than everything I have. It's called Gundalf's Wizard Staff. Holy, shooting so fast. Each shot does like 13,000. Okay, that's how fast I shoot with it. And if I switch back to what I had before, much slower. Holy, it's fucking fast. Alright, Kraken. I'll see you later.
Very wrong. You know, I mean, it's nothing that I'm proud of. It's not, you know, I'm very ashamed of it. You know, I don't say that we were kids to try to put it in context or try to make an excuse. I mean, well, maybe I am right, but it's just, you know, I mean.
What made you? What made you realize? What made you stop, and what made you realize it was wrong?
I mean, I wish I could say that it was like, you know, some feeling of religion or something, or a feeling of wrong, but it wasn't. I mean, you know, I was just kind of caught red-handed, so to speak.
Anan says he was caught red-handed by Shamim, his mother. He says she found some money in his pants pocket and asked him where it came from, and the truth came out. He says she was horrified. It was the classic, I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. More disappointed than she'd ever been in him, he says. Anan says back then he didn't think he was hurting anyone. They spent so much time at the mosque, and they shoveled snow, and they helped set up events and clean up. And so to him it was akin to taking $20 from the till of the family store at the end of the night. He says, of course, as an adult, he knows how wrong that is. But back then, in 8th grade, he didn't fully get it. Anan's telling of this stealing episode is a much more boys will be boys version than what I'd heard from other people, who told me they saw in his actions something more malignant. A couple of people I talked to from the mosque community said this was so low to take the hard-earned cash of hardworking people, and at the mosque of all places. This was a terrible thing. Other people said, Mr. Patel, then president of the mosque, was thoroughly unruffled by the whole thing. He obviously didn't condone it, but he more or less said, so what? It certainly does not a murderer make. To him, he said, if a young person does something like this, it's not even necessarily a sign of bad character. Other mosque friends agreed. They didn't see how it was connected to the crime. And also, some people told me they'd shoplifted before, they'd broken the rules. So, people in glass houses, man. And in the end, these guys all said what most of Adnan's old friends say. He didn't have it in him to kill someone. It wasn't in his DNA. To me, this question is the hard center of Adnan's case. Can you tell, really? Can you tell if someone has a crime like this in him? I think most of us think if we know someone well, we can tell. We act as detectives all the time, gathering evidence. Certain scenes we remember, or the look on someone's face, or that thing he said when he got mad. And then we act as a judge of character. This is just a human thing. But of course it's slippery because it's so subjective. One person's evidence of good character is another person's evidence of questionable character. Case in point, I heard from many people that Adnan was the opposite of violent, that he was someone who would take the heat out of tense situations.
I've never even seen him in a fight. Like, I've never even seen him mad at anybody.
This is Atif Iqbal, who knew Adnan from the mosque. That's his real name and his real voice.
It's actually pretty funny. Like, I was me and him. Like, somebody told me that he said something about me and some other person or something, and I went up there to confront him, and he was like, hey, man, I don't know what you heard. I didn't say anything like that. And I was like, man, if you ever said something like that, blah, blah, I was, getting all rowdy up, and he just came and kissed me on my cheeks, and then that just, like, diffused me, like, completely, like.
Wait, I missed that. He kissed you on your cheeks?
He kissed me on my cheek, like, it just, like, completely, like, diffused me, like, I couldn't even be angry anymore. So, I mean, that's why, like, I just couldn't even fathom the thought of him going out and killing, killing somebody, that's just so, like, I don't even know how to say it. It's just so out of, like, like his personality, I would say.
So for Atif, that kiss on the cheek is a tell. It's the real Adnan. But for that other guy who said Adnan stole and who thinks Adnan might be guilty of the crime he's in prison for, that same peacemaker quality was something he brought up to me as evidence that Adnan was full of shit.
Taking out the tension out of a situation. He was the icebreaker, and I knew that whatever was coming out of his mouth. Half of the time it was just sweet talk or to take the heat away, and then half of it, majority of it was a lie.
Here's the curious thing, though. The same people who tell me they think Adnan was capable of killing Hay, or that stealing from the mosque was a great evil, or that Adnan was a pathological liar, they also tell me, to a man, that Adnan was a great guy.
He was such a good guy.
This is the same anonymous person who thought Adnan had taken many thousands from the donation boxes.
He was so smart and he was so friendly and so many positive things.
And that don't feel fake to you. Like that part feels real too, is what you're saying?
Genuinely, he was good, and he had that good side, and he was helpful, and he was caring, and all that. Yes.
You think a person can sort of contain both those things inside their personality?
I think it's very easy. I think if you corner anybody into a corner, they'll explode, and and different people explode for different reasons.
Well, most of the hundreds of killers I've evaluated have been pretty ordinary people.
This is Charles Ewing. He's a forensic psychologist and a lawyer. He teaches at the SUNY Buffalo Law School. He told me he's evaluated several thousand criminal defendants and testified in more than 700 trials as an expert witness. Mostly, lately, homicides committed by people in intimate relationships and homicides committed by young people. Ewing had listened to about half the episodes of the show. And obviously, he can't weigh in on Adnan's psychological health. That'd be ridiculous. But I went to him to find out what's a valid way to try to understand what's going on when someone kills someone else. What's the range of options here? Ewing said most of the time he's doing insanity evaluations or evaluations for extreme emotional disturbance, and usually in cases where there's not a question of whether the defendant did it, more a question of why. And again, most of the people he's evaluating are pretty ordinary.
Some are extraordinary. There are some serial killers, some spree killers, some really awful psychopathic individuals. But for the most part, people kill not in a premeditated way. They're not evil, they're not sociopathic, they're not psychopathic. They kill because something happens that pushes them over the edge.
In other words, murder isn't usually, strictly speaking, a planned event. A lot of people who know Adnan, they can't get their heads around the idea that Adnan planned to kill Hay. I hear it all the time. Here's his old Woodlawn classmate, Peter Billingsley.
I still, the whole idea of premeditation just doesn't fit for Adnan. No, that doesn't fit at all. But I know it doesn't fit, not one bit, with the person I knew.
Of course, there are some planned murders, but I'm sure this was not a planned murder.
That's Jane Efron, who taught Hay and Adnan English at Woodlawn. Her father was a cop.
I can't buy that because that destroys everything that I feel about these kids. So I think it was passion, an overdose of emotion, of love, of jealousy, resentment, all of those things. It sneaks in on you and it dominates your thinking and you can't get away from it. But that's what I'm comfortable thinking. Planned, premeditated murder? Oh my Lord, no.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord,
I asked
no.
Ewing, can an otherwise seemingly normal kid up and do something like this? Plan something like this? Or even do it impulsively? Is snapping a thing? Because people say that all the time also, like, maybe he snapped, or maybe, he snapped.
Yeah, people sometimes lose it, and when they lose it, it's not always all at once. I've seen a lot of cases in which people have, over a relatively short period of time, nursed feelings of rejection or anger or hostility, and they've slowly risen to the point at which the individual decides to kill somebody. Those feelings simmer for a while, and one of the thoughts is, maybe I should kill this person. I'm not going to kill this person. I don't want to kill this person, but what if I did? And the person thinks about it, and then maybe confronts the other person, the person who's the object of the frustration, the anger. And then at that point, the victim or would-be victim says or does something that triggers it, that provokes the ultimate killing. Now, the law looks at that as premeditated. I'm not sure that it really is premeditated in the sense that we normally think of it. It doesn't have to be like a sudden impulse to violence.
So that was news to me, that there's this sort of liminal phase, a simmering contemplation. What if I killed this person? And that can take the place of actual cognizant planning, but end up in the same result. The other thing I've considered in my more reachy moments is whether Adnan did it but doesn't know he did it. I'm not the only person who's entertained that one. Here's Adnan's friend Laura.
I mean, I remember the cops telling me sometimes they have murderers standing with a knife in their hand next to the body saying to them that they didn't do it because your brain goes into this shock and it shuts down. And I was like, well, maybe that happened. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he got mad. I mean, we get mad. Maybe he lost it for a moment, you know, and it was an accident.
Apparently, this is not as outlandish as it might sound.
People can go into what's called a dissociative state, where they're really psychologically not where they are physically. Probably half of the people I've evaluated who've killed other human beings have some degree of amnesia for what they've done.
Did you say half? Half the people?
Yeah,
Wow.
about half. Yeah, and it's not total amnesia usually, although I've seen some people who have a complete amnesia for killing. But it can be partly, I don't really recall the details, I don't recall doing this.
Because literally, like, the memory isn't in their brain anymore? Or it never was in their brain? Or
Yeah, I don't think we know the mechanism by which this kind of denial or amnesia or combination works, but in the cases that I've been involved in where people have had some kind of amnesia or partial amnesia or denial, it doesn't last forever. It's very difficult to maintain that kind of facade. What I find is that over time people do recover traces of what happened, and they know what happened. But I've also seen people who have genuinely snapped and who've committed a homicide, and then they realize what they've done, and the immediate reaction for most people is, oh my God, look what I've done, and what am I going to do about it? I've got to figure out some way to cover this up.
do you think is there another scenario where it starts out as a lie, as a sort of cognizant lie, like I didn't do this, I had nothing to do with this, and then over time you truly believe that lie, like you kind of erase the fact that you're lying and it just becomes the truth of it for you?
I think that happens. I haven't seen that happen in homicide cases, but I've certainly seen it happen in ordinary life.
Less often in homicides?
Yeah, I haven't seen that, and it's probably just because of, in most homicide cases, the evidence is pretty overwhelming that you did it.
Off the top of my head, I can think of 5 different people in this story whom other people have told me they think are either pathological liars or psychopaths, that I shouldn't trust anything they say. This term, psychopath, gets thrown around so easily as a kind of catch-all term for a cold-hearted and calculating killer. If Adnan did this, and if he did it the way Jay tells it, he is so cold-hearted. I mean, Jay tells the cops that Adnan says to him, quote, all the other motherfuckers, referring to like hoods and thugs and stuff, think they're hardcore, but he just killed a person with his bare hands, unquote. If Adnan said that, does that mean the 15 years since has been this very, very long con? That he's calculating enough to only pretend to be the normal-sounding person he is with me on the phone? Ewing told me a psychopath usually means a person who has little or no conscience, is glib, who can't empathize or relate to other people's feelings. They can read other people very well, but they don't have genuine empathy.
Another factor, to be sure, is this what's known in the profession as superficial charm. These are people who come across very smoothly and effectively manipulate other people and manipulate them without them knowing it very often.
now I'm running through my head everything you just said, seeing if it applies, of course.
Yeah.
And some of it I could see like, yeah, maybe, and other stuff I'm like, no, I don't think so. I mean, so it really does seem like Adnan is like really functioning really well, and is just fine in prison. Like he seems very adaptable, and he's always had like a job with responsibilities, and he's not been disciplined really ever, except for having a cell phone, and like doesn't appear to have any kind of antisocial behavior. He's got lots of friends. He's maintained his relationships outside the prison with his family and with friends, certain friends. I mean, is that something that I should be taking into account?
I think so. Yeah. It certainly cuts against a theory that he's a psychopath or that he's some kind of pathological person.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't rule it out.
Right.
And the fact is, most psychopaths aren't killers, and most killers aren't psychopaths. There's a very limited overlap between those two spheres.
Finally, I asked Ewing, should I be influenced by the fact that Adnan has so consistently maintained his innocence all these years? And Ewing said, in his experience, people who are wrongfully convicted always maintain their innocence, even when it hurts them, like in sentencing or parole. But on the other hand, he said, just because you say you didn't do it, even for decades, doesn't mean you didn't do it. There just aren't any rules for this stuff. Here's what I take away from this conversation with Charles Ewing. I don't think Adnan is a psychopath. I just don't. I think he has empathy. I think he has real feelings, because I've heard and seen him demonstrate empathy and emotion towards me and towards other people. He is able to imagine how someone else feels. But on all the other options, it's a toss-up. Could Adnan initially have been in some state of amnesia and denial and then supplanted that with actual lying? It's possible. Could he have had simmering feelings of anger and resentment that then boiled over in a not quite by accident way? It's possible. Could he be truly innocent? It's possible. Ewing said he's often asked on the stand, how do you know this person isn't lying to you? And his answer, he said, is always the same. I don't know. In the course of his career, he's been fooled. A handful of people who are listening to this story have told me one thing they think makes Adnan look guilty is the way he talks about, or rather doesn't talk about, other people involved in the case, especially Jay. That if he were really innocent, we would hear him being madder. I know we've already talked about this, why doesn't he sound more mad? But there's another factor I haven't mentioned, and that is, as a defense attorney has explained to me, no good can come, and in fact only harm can come, from Adnan attempting to contact or influence people on the outside who are connected to his case.
Amen.
That's kind of inmate behavior 101. Because let's say Kathy changed her story.
Do you see
remembered
how
something
fast I'm
exculpatory
shooting?
for Adnan.
That shit's
And then
fucking
the state
fast.
found out that Adnan had been writing to Kathy, or threatening Kathy somehow, or talking smack about Kathy on a podcast. Then that could be used by the state to challenge the validity of Kathy's new information. Adnan is a smart guy. He's been an inmate for 15 years. He knows the deal. And he also knows there's nothing he can do to change other people's minds about
Amen.
it.
If a person genuinely doesn't think that I feel something towards the people who put me in prison, then me saying it really has no validity in my eyes anyway, because come on, you know, either you think I did it or you don't. And if you think that I did it, then you can assume, because I'm a normal, you know, I'm just a regular. I think what happens is people come expecting a monster, and they don't find that. Well, next they come expecting a victim. And when they don't find that, they don't know what to think. And the reality of it is I'm just a normal person.
I know, but I think actually, I think that's right. But I think also what people do is they put themselves immediately in your position and think, what would I do? How would I be feeling? How would I act if I thought, you know, someone had done me wrong and put me here, and I would be screaming to the rooftops, and they're not hearing you do that.
If someone I mean, it's really nothing to say. If someone can't imagine how I feel, there's no need for me to say anything to try to convince them otherwise. I mean, it is what it is. If a person can't figure it out, then it's not for me to say.
I think what Adnan's saying is, it's a trap to try to convince people. A few weeks ago, after these rumors started surfacing, I got a letter in the mail from Adnan.
How you doing, Mofu?
It was 18 typed single-space pages. He gave me his reluctant permission to talk about it. He wrote about lots of things, his religion, his case, how he's managed over the past 15 years. It's a good letter. He's a good writer. But it swung from pole to pole, from distrust to gratitude to confusion. Adnan is obviously aware of this podcast, that it's out in the world, and I could tell that my story had messed with his equilibrium.
So you said you're from
The biggest shock for him
a
was that people
Nordic
thought he was
country,
capable of this
right?
hideous thing, that people didn't believe him. As I look back now, he wrote,
Isn't
I
that
realized there
right?
were only three
You're
things
from
I wanted after I was convicted: to stay close to my family,
some
prove my
northern
innocence,
European
and to
place.
be seen as a person again, not a monster. The third one, he says he's managed, inside prison. Quote, people in here know me as a stand-up guy. Guards, inmates, staff, people I've been around for 15 years have seen me every day.
Oh yeah, Norway.
Recognize me as someone whose word can
But
be
are
trusted.
you
I guess what I'm trying to
Norwegian?
say
Like,
is that
are
I was able to
you?
find the peace of mind in prison
Basically,
that I
what I'm
wanted at my
asking: are you
trial.
some white guy?
And now I
Are
come
you
along
what I
to
think a
broaden his
Nordic,
behest, not
a
his,
Nordic
and yank
Norwegian
this door
Norway
open
person
again
looks
to
like?
the outside world and to all its doubts about Adnan's integrity, stirring up the most painful possible questions about whether he's a
Because
monster.
just
This
from
is
your
nightmare,
name, I
basically,
thought you
to be
were.
accused of
I
manipulating
thought maybe
everyone
you're
around me.
Asian, because Mofu
Of course,
kind of
I've got
sounds
a
like an
sense of this feeling from
Asian
him now and then,
y
over the year
kind
that we've
of
been talking.
something. Like
But
how?
his
Where
letter
did your
made
name come
plain
from?
that in 40 hours of taped conversations, he was weighing every word. His goal was to keep it all business. He wanted me to evaluate his case based on the evidence alone, not on his personality. Quote, I didn't want to do anything that could even remotely seem like I was trying to befriend you or curry favor with you. I didn't want anyone to ever be able
So,
to accuse me of
like,
trying
where
to
did your name
ingratiate
come
myself
from?
with you or manipulate you, unquote. And having to do that made him feel bad, he said. I had a rough year. My stepfather died in April, then my father died 2 months later. Adnan knew that. Quote, but I couldn't say anything to you because I had to stick to what I know. Can you imagine what it's like to be afraid to show compassion to someone out of fear they won't believe you? I was so ashamed of that, unquote. And this second guessing, this monitoring of everything he says to me and therefore to the outside world about anything really, but especially about his case, he writes in his letter that it's crazy making. Quote, I'm always overthinking, analyzing what I say, how it sounds, and the fact that people always think I'm lying.
Oh,
All
okay.
this thinking,
So,
it's to
where
protect
did it?
myself from being
How did you
hurt.
come up with it?
Not from being accused of Hayes' murder, but for being accused of being manipulative or lying. And I know it's crazy. I know I'm paranoid, but I can never shake it. Because no matter what I do or how careful I am, it always comes back. I guess the only thing I could ask you to do is, if none of this makes any sense to you, just read it again. Except this time, please imagine that I really am innocent. And then maybe it'll make sense to you.
Yeah, that's why I thought it sounded
point, he
Asian,
wrote,
because
"It doesn't
it sounds
matter
like
to me how your
tofu.
story
I was like,
portrays me, guilty or
is
innocent. I
this
just want it
guy
to be
like
over."
Asian? And then you told me
It
you're
will
from
be.
Norway. I'm like,
Next time, final episode of Serial.
and then you said you're from Norway, so, you know, maybe you're still Asian, but you're just Asian and in
Serial's
Norway,
produced by
right?
Julie
Like, you
Snyder,
could
Dana
easily
Chittis, and
be,
me. Emily Condon is our
you know, your
production and
parents could be
operations manager.
Asian or
Art
whatever,
Ross
and
is
they
our
were
editorial
immigrants or
advisor.
something or
Editing
whatever.
help today by Joel Lovell. Research and fact-checking by Michelle Harris. Administrative support from Elise Bergerson. Our
And then
story
I
is
started
by Mark
wondering,
Phillips,
oh,
who
is
also mixed the
Mofu
episode.
like,
Our theme song is by
is Mofu like some kind of Nordic? I don't know, what language do you speak in, like, what's the language that's spoken in Norway? I don't know. I don't even know what kind of language. What language do you speak in Norway? You guys speak Viking? You guys speak in old Viking runes? See, I wanted to say Norwegian, right? I wanted to say the language. Like, I wasn't sure Norwegian is a language, right? Because, you know, if I were to ask you what language do they speak in Taiwan, right? You might say, oh, Taiwanese, right? They speak Taiwanese, but I think they just speak Mandarin or something, or they just speak Mandarin, or they just speak Mandarin, or they speak um, or it might be Cantonese or something. So I didn't want to sound dumb, you know. I didn't want to sound dumb, like, oh, are you from Australia? You must speak Australian. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not. It doesn't always work like that, especially with smaller countries. Smaller countries don't have a specific language. Usually, they speak a language of a larger country that's nearby. Oh. How many people live in Norway? Someone, I've been given this I think Icelandic candy. It's called opal, like OPAL. Is that correct? Does that sound familiar to you? It's like these little gummy things that are these little black licorice gummies, and they're kind of like they're mentholated, I think. The package is red and white, and it has a bunch of like striped. It's striped red and white, red and it's striped red and white like circles. Like it's circular lines. It's concentric circles. I don't know. At first when I tried it, I was like, "Oh, why is it mentholated licorice?" And then I kept eating it, and I was like, "Oh, actually, I kind of like it." I was like, "Oh, I kind of like this." But I mean, I might be different. I think I don't know. I've always found it very strange when people are. I always found it very strange when people are. Is it also kind of bitter? Is it kind of bitter? It's been a long time since I ate it, so or tasted it, so I don't kind of remember. I remember it's like little black. They almost look like red blood cells, but they're black and made out of licorice. That's kind of how I remember them. Um, but I've always found it strange when people are very conservative about the kinds of foods. I've always been, yeah, licorice is always kind of sweet. Like licorice root is kind of, yeah, yeah. That was the interesting thing that I kind of liked about it. Right, was that the more you ate, the better it tasted. Right, like the first one might be kind of unpleasant, but then but then the aftertaste and the thing that the way it changes how you were tasting, the next one tastes so much better, and it's like, oh, what the hell's going on? That's why I found it so, interesting. And it was more, it was kind of entertaining to eat something so different. It wasn't just a sweet gummy candy or something. I've had a million sweet strawberry, grape, apple, gummy candies. Like, they're not so different. So, being a person who's lived, like, I've never understand people who are, so conservative with what kinds of foods they'll eat or what kind of foods they're willing to try. I've always been like very adventurous about stuff I eat because, why do I always why would I always get, a strawberry milkshake? I have my whole life to eat, drink and eat strawberry milkshakes. If on the menu there's like a new, you know, if on the menu there's a new kind of milkshake, oh, this is a kiwi tomato milkshake or something. I don't know. I want to try it because maybe it's amazing, Maybe it's like, maybe it's gonna be my most favorite milkshake flavor. Like maybe it's amazing, and I'm not willing to try it just because it sounds kind of weird. Like that's not how that's not how I live my life. Oh, so you're one of those people? They're like, Mofu, I bet you won't eat this. And you're like, yes, I can. Fuck you. So you're not like, so that means you're not scared to try new things. It's you just don't want to, right? For you, you rather just eat something you know you will like rather than spend your time tasting new foods trying to see if you'll like them. Right? Is that what? Yeah. Yeah, even if it's not something you like, then now you know, right? Now you know. Now you know I don't like. You're like, "Oh, now I do know I don't like kiwi and tomato together." Well, I might be scared, but I always know I won't die if I eat something. Yeah, I always find it strange when people eat something, um, when they eat something, they almost like throw up. They're like, "Oh, it tastes so weird. I can't handle that it's different." But I always feel like I only throw up. I only feel like I'm gonna throw up if I think what I'm eating, I shouldn't be eating, right? So things that you shouldn't be eating, like sometimes I feel it feels really gross when you're eating and you feel like there's sand in your food. So you're like, oh, because for you, you understand that the texture of sand is not what food is like, right? The way food is like is food dissolves and breaks in your mouth when like your saliva hits it. So so you know right away that sand isn't food because it doesn't break or it doesn't melt or it doesn't mush because most like all the food you eat that's how it acts, right? Hamachi. What do you mean hamachi? Are you sure that's the right word? Are you sure that's the right word? Because I think hamachi means grill in Japan. I mean Japanese. In Japanese, doesn't hamachi mean like a hamachi barbecue? I'm pretty sure hamachi means little, little, little barbecue because there's these little tiny barbecues that Japanese people use to grill stuff. What kind of fish? What kind of fish? Let me look it up. Now I'm curious. I want to look it up. Oh no, it is a fish. A Japanese amberjack or buri or buri, B-U-R-I. Oh, it's called hamachi or buri. They are eaten either cooked or raw and are seasonal favorite in the colder months. The meat has higher fat content. Amberjack is typically thought of as a winter delicacy of Toyama and the Hokuriku region, although it is frequently listed on menus as yellowtail tuna. Oh, what was it like? Then what am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? Well, it seems like I'm shooting so slow. Huh. Yeah. Some people are pretty scared when the first time they eat raw fish or raw meat. You get really scared and you're like, no, I'm gonna get sick or I'm gonna get like a stomach ache or something from eating raw fish. And you almost don't believe, like you see all these other people eating the sushi and they're all fine and whatever, but you almost don't believe that. But you almost believe that there's no way this is safe. My whole life, everything that was an animal needs to be cooked. I can't eat raw food. Because in a way, the way the way raw food smells, like raw meat smells, is the kind of the way it tastes. So then, you know, you associate the raw smelling, the raw scent of something with it being uncooked, and uncooked meat is something you don't eat, right? So it's very gross to think, oh, I'm eating something that needs to be cooked, right? Yeah, I think the first time I had sushi, I was pretty like, what the fuck is this shit? But now, I eat sushi all the time and I really like it. So, yeah, definitely the first time I was like, oh man, I don't like sushi. I only I would only eat the not raw stuff. Have you ever heard of balut? Balut. If you Google search it, balut. Damn it, where's that relic? Google search what it is. I ate one. It's a Filipino food. I ate more than one. I ate a bunch of them. Oh, I almost died. Yeah, I actually ate a bunch of those. They taste pretty good. It's not fermented. It's fertilized. It's just an embryo, a duck embryo in the egg, like in the shell, and then they boil it. It's just a boiled egg, really. So then when you open it, if you open it carefully, you can find little duck inside. I do have to say when I was eating it, I was kind of scared, you know. I was kind of like it is really weird, right? It's kind of weird looking. Like when you look inside, it has all these veins and stuff and it's kind of weird looking. But after I got over that, it tasted pretty good. It tasted like chicken soup with egg in it, you know? If you ever put egg in like a chicken noodle soup or something. That's what it tasted like to me. Might want to give me the relics I want. No, I can't find the damage item I need. I don't think I can pass agony if I don't have that damage item. 'Cause I don't really do that much damage. I do 14,000. What kind of stuff? But do you like those foods though? Fuck, it's always the same fucking relics. Jesus Christ. Well, most people in North America don't like licorice. Sheep's eye, testicle, boiled heads. What does sheep eye taste like? Oh, you've never tried it? Are there are there a lot of non-white people in Norway? Are there a lot of immigrant people? What's the largest population? Like is it like a very large what? Middle Eastern? Is it a large Middle Eastern population or is it large Asian population? Like what's the largest group besides I don't know, white people? No. I think I give up. I think I give up. It's not giving me the relics that I want.
Previously on Serial.
There's no way that she was at Best Buy at 2:36.
Did anybody else use the phone?
Yeah, Adnan, I remember he was talking to a girl. He put me on the phone with her for like 3 minutes. I said hello to her.
To be a 17-year-old kid with no experience with the system, no experience with any of this stuff, it's very difficult to believe in the early stages that this is actually what's happening.
Swedish
This
accent.
must be just some huge mistake.
What's the racism like in Norway? Are people pretty racist or are they very liberal? Like, what are people's attitudes towards all the Middle Eastern
From This
people?
American Life and WBEZ Chicago, it's Serial. One story told week by week. I'm Sarah Koenig. Today's episode is mostly going to take place in the courtroom. And before we get into the arguments at trial, I just want to play you this thing from Adnan's jury selection. I used to be a reporter for the Baltimore Sun, and I covered some trials. And if I happened to be in the courtroom for jury selection, it was always such a good reminder of what living in Baltimore was like for so many people. Here's what I'm talking about. December 8th, 1999, jury selection for Adnan's first trial. Judge William Quarles asks a standard question of the jury pool.
Have you or any close family member ever been the victim of a crime, convicted of a crime, served time for a crime, or have pending criminal charges?
A lot of people rise from their seats and then line up to talk to the judge. I can't tell exactly what proportion of the jury pool, but it looks to be at least half.
What did you come up to tell me?
My husband's son was convicted of murder.
Good morning, 41.
Good morning.
What did you come up to tell me?
My house was broken into and we were robbed in the middle of the night about 6 years ago.
Good morning, 37.
Good morning, Your
What did you come up to tell me?
My husband was shot. I have a brother that's wanted. He's 17.
In May,
Mm.
parents and I are victims of
I had a friend that went to Sweden, and he said he felt like people there were very racist, especially towards black people.
Convicted of attempted murder. And my partner was a rape victim.
I was robbed of a small amount of money on the street.
Next.
207.
207. Good morning, 207. What did you come up to tell me?
That I have two uncles who served in time for murder.
Okay,
One guy says, "We moved from a very peaceful town in Oregon to a violent community." And Judge Quarles says, "Welcome to Baltimore." Quarles asks all these people whether they think they could still be impartial jurors on Adnan's case. Some say no.
Oh,
and
you
they get
think so?
dismissed. Some say yes, and he sends them back to their seats. He was on the lookout for prejudice, all kinds of prejudice, against
Why do you
cops,
think it's more
prosecutors,
racist
against
in
Koreans,
Sweden?
and against Muslims. One guy tells him he doesn't think he can be impartial because he's got a friend of the Muslim faith, and he's seen him and also his son mistreat their families.
A friend of mine that was Muslim faith, and I seen him mistreat his family, his wife, and everything, you know, and I've seen this go on between him and his son. Got up, he got married, he did the same thing that his father did, so I just couldn't, you know, be honest with you.
okay, I appreciate that honesty.
This brings me to something Shamim told me when I first interviewed her. Shamim Rahman, Adnan's mother. Shamim and her husband, Sayed Rahman, they believe Adnan is innocent. There's no question about it for them. Adnan's father said to me,
But do you think there's a reason why?
since Adnan was arrested.
Like, what kind of
There's been
things do they
continuous
think?
torture.
Like, just typical racist stuff? Or
I don't know
like,
what to
you
say.
know,
Believe me, it's like I mean, my whole body is like numb. You know, I cannot think nothing. You know more. But all I know, he didn't do it.
What, I mean, how do you guys make sense of what happened? Like, how do you explain what, to yourselves, I mean, not to the outside world, to yourselves, like, how do you understand why? Like, you must think about this.
Believe me, that's the only thing, you know, I still believe, you know, because we were Muslim. There's a discrimination. And everybody feel, the whole community, because it was a Muslim child, that's why they took him. It was easy for them to...
oh, towards
take him,
immigration.
other people.
What is it about immigration that they don't
And
like?
do you believe that?
Of course, yes.
They
I believe
don't
it.
they don't
Because
want
it was easy to
Is
target.
it something like they don't want their culture to be diluted or something like that?
I don't know why they're doing it. But again, I said discrimination. Because we are Muslim and we are, you know, minor in this country. So that's why they took Adnan.
I don't know. I mean, you can hear me not believing her, right? The notion
Because
that the
there's a
cops and
certain part of
prosecutors in this case were
Canada
driven
that's
by
very
animalistic
against,
feelings, by racism, and by racism alone.
you
That I
know,
found very hard to believe. And I still don't believe that, by the way. But I didn't want to write off what Shamim was saying either, because maybe anti-Muslimness crept in, contributed in some way to how the investigation and the prosecution...
like, I mean, I can only talk about what I've seen, and I can only talk about what I hear, so I might not be an expert, like I might be wrong, but Quebec, the French part of Canada, the French-Canadian part of Canada, seems more, like, it seems really against... they seem really against immigration, or they make it very hard for people who don't speak French in that province. Like, they expect if you are to come to Quebec that you're supposed to learn French. And they're like very angry if you don't learn French. And there are laws that say all the signs have to have French on it first. Like, everywhere in Canada, everything is translated in English and French. So in most places, in other places other than Quebec, a sign will have English at the top and then it'll have French at the bottom. And also, like, packages for like food. Like if you get, if you get like a bag of potato chips and it says, I don't know, sour cream and onion, like a bag of sour cream and onion potato chips. At the top, it'll say, I don't know, Lay's sour cream and onion, but at the bottom, it'll say sour cream and onion in French. So there's this very strong part of Quebec, a large section that they're very proud of being different from the rest of Canada, and they're very proud of being like French, to have this kind of French heritage or whatever. And I get this sense that there are a lot of people who don't like the idea that 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 Quebec would become less French. Like they want to make sure that Quebec stays like a French speaking province. So they fight very hard to stop the the dilution of that kind of culture. But sometimes it seems very xenophobic, or sometimes very prejudiced or very racist or very unfair the way they conduct themselves sometimes. Holy, that costs 19,000. What does that eyeball do? Yeah, so there is a governmental, there's actually a governmental body in Quebec that goes around and makes sure that everything is written in French. So it is it's pretty much illegal to have a sign in Quebec that doesn't have French on it. So if you ever have a sign that doesn't have French on it, you will get reported to this very specific governmental body. I don't know what it's called, but it's something about something francophone du langue de Quebec or something. So pretty much, like say I were to open a business and say maybe on the sign, maybe the sign, I write it in a different language or something, I will get in trouble if the sign doesn't have French on it. So there was actually a case that happened a few years ago where a restaurant, an Italian restaurant, they wrote they wrote the name, the title of their restaurant in like Italian. It was like something, like it said Ristorante something something something, right? Like something in Italian, right? But it wasn't like really obscure Italian. It was it was like words in Italian that most people would understand if you were to like if you understand English, right? So it said like Ristorante Vini or something, right? And then somebody reported it because they said, "Oh, it should say restaurant, or it should say Restaurant du Vini or something." And they complained that the Italian restaurant name title wasn't in French, and then they reported it to the governmental body, and then that governmental body sent them, a thing that said, "Hey, you have to change your name to French, or we're gonna shut you down." And it got like a lot of press, and everybody got angry. Everyone got angry about it. I don't know if that's something that just happened once, or like that's just something, I don't know if that's something that happens all the time and they're that strict and that like, annoying. But that was a case that happened like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. Oh, really? Like, can you give me an example of that? Because where I live, there's a part of town where there's a lot of Asian people, right? There's a part of town where there's a lot of Asian people, and everything's written in Asian. All the menus are written in Chinese. In Chinese, all the signs are written in Chinese, and it's not even translated into English. So, like, everything's in Chinese. And I don't know, nobody cares. Oh, okay. So what kind of words did they make up? Like, yeah, I understand. Like, I've seen, you know, if you watch videos about, if you watch videos from China or something, or videos from Japan, they'll be speaking, they'll be speaking Japanese, blah blah blah, Japanese, 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 cell phone, Japanese, Japanese, hydrogen. Like they'll say like they don't invent new Japanese words. They'll just say the English word for it. I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to attempt. I don't even know how to attempt to try and pronounce that. Sionvarp? Sionvarp. I don't know. Sionvarp? Vorp? I don't know. Can you type it out in a way that I should say it? Seanvarp? Hmm. Schoenvarp? Is it more of an O sound? I could say it really offensively in a Swedish accent. I could say it really, like, really stupid. If you want. I'll probably say it like a donkey, because that's how everyone thinks Swedish people speak. Everyone thinks Swedish people speak like the Muppet, the Swedish chef. No, now I'm really self-conscious. I don't want to do it. I assume it has to be. It's not just the vowel sound that I have to say correctly. It's the way. It's the way you're supposed to say it. Like the different cadence and the different like up and down sounds of it. So maybe it's like Sjonvarp or something. Like you can say vowel sounds in very different ways, right? You can like close the end of the sound, or you can make the sound, you know, maybe I'm not closing the sound fast enough, or maybe I'm not supposed to close the sound. Oh, I know. What if I just get like a text to speech? Yeah, and I'm also assuming the way the P sound is probably going to be very pronounced. Like Sion Sion Shon Shonvarp. Like for some reason I think the P sound is gonna be very pronounced at the end. Like if I say top in English, like the on top, like top, like the P kind of ends very quickly. But for some reason I think this word you say like Shonvarp, like Shonvarp or something, like something weird. I don't know. I don't know why I think you're supposed to do that. But I don't know. I'm trying to find something that will say it. Because I really want to hear what it sounds like. Shown.
Stjärnvarp. Stjärnvarp.
Is it like that? Stjärnvarp.
Stjärnvarp.
Stjärnvarp. Okay, let's see.
Eins og sjónvarpstæki, þau geta líka bilað og tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins er oft djúpur og myrkur og það reynir svo sannarlega á rétta hegðun, atferli og framkomu. Þú ert búinn að fara 3 sinnum með sjónvarpstækið þitt í viðgerð og það kemur alltaf jafn bilað tilbaka. Þú ferð því enn einu sinni á verkstæðið og í þetta skipti verður einhver fullnægjandi lausn að nást. Góðan daginn.
Ég er búinn að koma með þetta tæki hérna 3 sinnum í viðgerð til þín og það kemur alltaf jafn bilað tilbaka. Nú vil ég fá endurgreitt og gert almennilega við tækið.
Gjörðu svo vel. Hérna hefur þú peningana eina. Þeir skiptaði greinilega mjög miklu máli. Og af því að ég svona ómögulegur viðgerðamaður, á víst eins gott að ég drepi mig bara. Það ekki það sem þú vilt?
What the hell, did I miss it?
Eins og sjónvarpstæki, þau geta líka bilað og tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins oft djúpur og myrkur og það reynir svo sannarlega á rétta hegðun, atferli og framkomu. Þú ert búinn að fara 3 sinnum með sjónvarpstækið.
Let me listen to it again.
Eins og sjónvarpstæki, þau geta líka bilað og tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins oft djúpur og myrkur og eins og sjónvarpstæki, þau geta líka bilað.
I don't know, he's saying it really fast.
Og tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins oft djúpur. Þau geta líka bilað og tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins oft tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins oft djúpur og myrkur. Þau geta líka bilað og tæknifrumskógur nútíma samfélagsins eins og sjónvarpstæki, þau.
Holy shit, I can't understand it. Yeah, there is I watched this video one time where it was about this guy who learned how to speak Icelandic in like 2 weeks or something, or a few weeks, something really fast. Found it. Sheep. Yes. What? But I have both. Oh, I guess I can't go again? What the? Yeah, some guy who has a really good memory. He learned how to speak Icelandic in... It was like a British man. He's a British man and he learned how to speak Icelandic in like uh, 9 weeks or something really short. And then he like met some people, like he did an interview in Icelandic, and then everyone was really surprised at how good he was. Oh, you mean his accent was really bad? Are you saying his accent was bad, but his grammar was correct? Like the way he said the words was kind of weird sounding? Oh. Oh yeah, was it only 2 weeks? Because 2 weeks is a really short amount of time.
Operated, advertently or inadvertently. Shamim said she hadn't personally felt discrimination just out in the world in Baltimore before the trial, and she didn't feel it after, not even after 9/11. But at a hearing on Adnan's bail status on March 31st, 1999, she felt it. The courthouse that day was packed with people from Adnan's mosque, the Islamic Society of Baltimore. They'd raised tens of thousands of dollars for his defense. They offered to put up their own houses and other properties to secure his bail. Adnan's attorneys during the bail phase of his case were two guys named Chris Floor and Doug Colbert. The family would hire Christina Gutierrez soon after for trial. Chris Floor remembers the busloads of people who came to Adnan's bail proceedings, filling the courtroom and the hallways. He said he'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah,
I remember almost every
the languages I know,
the available standing
or I
seats
would say
in the
I would
courthouse
know
in Long Beach to
are.
support with the
I mean, I know
bail.
English.
It happened, being full up with people.
I know how to
lawyers
speak
and
rambling
non-officials
English.
And many people here are people who you would almost say they're extended family. They care for each other's children. It's sort of the old-fashioned sense of community.
That's Doug Colbert, who did the talking during this hearing.
I know my French is pretty good. Not the
And the
best.
teachers and the lawyers and the accountants and the corrections officers, as well
My
as
Spanish is better than my
religious
French.
leaders, imams who are from different mosques here in Baltimore. So the community here
And I know very
first of
little
all,
like
that they
Cantonese and Mandarin.
to promise, to vow that they will not only supervise Adnan should he be released, should bail be set, but at the same time they will also accompany him to court as well.
After he finished, the prosecutor...
I tried learning Russian on my own. I remember learning the alphabet, the Russian alphabet, Cyrillic, and then I found it kind of interesting because the Russian alphabet's it's very straightforward. It's almost as if like,
The fact that the defendant has strong support for
it's almost as if Russian, the way like the Russian language is like constructed, it's almost like it's written phonetically. Like every letter makes a specific sound, and every letter makes a specific sound, and the letter doesn't, like those sounds don't change if they're beside each other, right? Like in English, like a T makes a ta sound, like a tap, a ta, and an H makes a, an H sound, a ha 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 sound, right? But when you put TH together, it makes a th sound, right? It makes a different sound, right? It, like when you combine different letters in English, it makes new sounds, right? So like, I don't know, a PH makes an F sound, right? Like a F sound. But an F also makes an F sound, but a P and an H make different sounds by themselves, right? So, but in Russian, it seemed like everything was phonetic, so they made an alphabet of all the different sounds they were going to use, and then, yeah, it was kind of funny, because then some of the words were like really... Because some words in Russian sound like English words, right? There's one, like the way they say coffee is like coffee, like it's made up of like a few letters. It's like cough, and then like the F one, like coffee or something. I don't know. But then it sounds like coffee, and then so I was learning how to read the alphabet and how to pronounce all the different sounds in the alphabet, right? And then they said, "Oh yeah, Russian's very phonetic, and you're probably gonna be able to guess what these words mean when they write it out in Cyrillic." And yeah, a lot of the words sounded like English words that you might already know. So it was kind of cool that a language didn't have like a lot of confusing rules or a lot of situational rules. Like it was just very straightforward. Like I appreciated that about Russian. It seemed like it was a very straightforward language. Okay. It's pretty late. I think I'm gonna stop streaming. Oh, um, what's it? Today I play League of Legends, right? And Anubis, Ankh, Damien, Isis. Here, 1 second. Here, give me a second. I play League of Legends, right? And so I joined a team tournament. I joined a team tournament with my brother. My brother also plays League of Legends. So then we're on a team together. We're on a team together, which is kind of fun. But the interesting thing was today we played one of our tournament games, right? Like we're like doing the playoffs of our tournament, right? So the interesting thing was last season you didn't get to pick what team you were on. It was like a draft pick. So there was just a bunch of captains, and then all the captains took turns picking people from the pool of people who signed up to play. So last season, I didn't get to be on the same team as my brother, right? So last season I ended up playing against him. And it's actually funny, even though my team was actually ranked very low, and it was ranked very low, and people thought we were gonna lose, and my brother's team was ranked very highly, and everyone thought their team was just gonna beat us. We knocked their team out of the out of the tournament, and then my brother was kind of angry about it. Um, so this season, me and my brother are on the same team, which is kind of nice. Um, but today we played our first tournament game, and the people on the other team, they were actually two of the members were two of the people I had on my team before last season. So when we played them, they banned the champions I like to play, and then also they tried to, because I'm a pretty good player, but they also tried to like camp me and stuff. So then I just didn't let them I just didn't let them camp me, and I didn't let them get any free kills on me. So then we ended up beating them, and I kind of felt good about it. I was like, haha, suckers. Because I was actually really unhappy with the team that I got. I was really unhappy with the team that I got because everybody else's team had like really good players, you know? Everybody else had Everyone else had like one really good player, and then one pretty good player, and then one so-so player. Our team seemed like it only had one good player. And like, have you played League of Legends? Well, Well, you know the different rankings, right? It's like, you know the different rankings, right? It's bronze, silver, gold, platinum, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, right? So the way the drafting was supposed to work was everybody who was a diamond player was supposed to be a team captain, right? So those people were supposed to draft pick everybody else, right? So logically, all the diamond players are gonna pick, right? You pick the best people, just like you're picking teams for like soccer or something, right? You pick the best people first, right? So everyone had a turn to like pick players. So like all the platinum players got picked first, and then all the gold players got picked, and then all the silver, and then all the bronze people. So most teams had like diamond, platinum, gold, silver, bronze, right? They had like one from every skill range, right? And my team did too, but so our diamond player, it turns out he's not really a diamond player. Like, he confessed to me later that, when you look at someone's profile, it usually shows a border of what ranking they were last season, right? So if you were gold last season, you should have a gold border in your profile, right? And when you load into games. And I was like, how come you don't like he said he was a diamond he said he was a Diamond 1 player or something, or that the highest he reached was Diamond 1 last season. I was like, "Where's your diamond border?" And then he said, "Oh, it got removed because my account got banned, or like my account got like a temporary ban or something." And I was like, "What? What happened?" He's like, "Oh, they caught us." I was like, "Caught you doing what?" And he said, "Oh, we were using an exploit." And I was like, "Oh my God, you're a cheater. You were a cheater, and that's how you're a one-trick cheater that got to diamond because you were using an exploit." I was like, "Son of a bitch." And you're supposed to be our team captain. And then, and it turned out just like I thought. Like when we got into the games, he wasn't really that effective. Usually the person who's the diamond player in your team should be the most dangerous, the most influential, player on your team, and he wasn't. Like, even when he got to play the champions that he liked to play, he wasn't even that good on them, right? And then there's a lot of skill shots. There's a lot of skill shots you have to land, right? Like a lot of champions, you get rewarded for using champions that need skill shots, right? Because they try to reward you for skill, right? And then champions that, like, all your spells, you just need to click it on people and it'll hit them, like, no matter what. Those spells usually are, do less damage or are less strong because there's no skill in landing them, right? So then all the champions he played were on-click, champions. Like, they all had on-click spells because he told us, "Oh, he's not very good at landing skill shots." And I was like, "Oh my God, do you even know how to play this game?" I was so angry. And he was just like a one-trick pony. He only played Pantheon and Master Yi or something. I was like, "Oh my God." And then the guy who was our platinum player, he confesses to me later that his brother boosted him to Plat 5. And I was like, "Oh my God, you're really a gold player. Oh my God, no." So like the the two people who are supposedly supposed to be the two better people on my team, they were both like boosted. They like both cheated to get their ranking last season. I was like, "Oh my God. Why didn't you just tell them at the beginning, Why didn't you just tell them, 'Oh, someone boosted me, but I'm actually just a gold player,' or something. I only made it up to gold 3 on my own or something, right? I only made it to I only made it to Plat 2 on my own without using an exploit." Well, it's important that they didn't lie, because if they didn't lie about how good they are, then we could have gotten somebody who was actually good. So it made our team imbalanced, right? It made our team too sucky, like really sucky compared to other people's teams, right? Because there's a bunch of like, boosted boosted people on it, right? I was like, "Oh my God." And at that time, I don't know, I think I'm a pretty good player. I don't know. I don't really play ranked that much, but I played the game a lot. So, I'm actually pretty good. But I've never really did that much rank. Like I don't really climb the ladder that much. But at that time, I was like, I think the highest I got was gold 3 at that time. I just never cared about ranking up that much. Like I got gold 3 really quickly and really easily, and I was like, whatever. So then when I joined the league, everybody thought, "Oh, he's only gold 3, he must be shitty or something." But then actually it was a lot better than a lot of the people there. And then towards the end of the season, everybody spent their bans like trying to ban me out because they saw that I was doing a lot of the work on the team. Um, like I don't know if I'm a diamond player, but I'm at least like a high platinum player, so that's kind of the same as diamond. Like, uh, I got to plat 3 or plat 2 last season, and it wasn't very hard to get that high. But I don't know. It came easy and I kind of didn't care that much. And then I don't know. But then some people complained. They thought I was lying. They thought I was sandbagging, that I was just claiming to be sucky and then actually be really good. I don't know if that's a phrase in Norway. Sandbagging is when you I don't even know the origins of that phrase, but to sandbag is to pretend is to lower people's expectations of your ability so that you can conceal how good you really are or your potential or something. Anyways, yeah, some people accuse me of sandbagging. Yeah, it's weird. And it sounds just like what it sounds like, sand bagging. But yeah. And then we got fourth place, and I think we could have gotten third place, but our like the people on our team, they only knew how to play like 2 or 3 champions. So we lost our game because people on our team easily got countered or banned out. And I was like, "Oh my God, like I was trying so hard to carry my team, but they were just too heavy." And you know, I'm 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 a pretty competitive person. I'm a pretty competitive person, so I mean, I was pretty salty. I wasn't happy about losing. I mean, if you just have a sucky team and there's no way you could have beat somebody, I probably wouldn't get too upset about it. But when I feel like my team could have done better and they didn't and they like threw it in like a weird way, or like they threw it in like a weird way, like it gets me really frustrated, right? Like when I play a game and people fool around and they don't realize that if we don't end the game quickly, the other teams, like their champions are better late game. Like, I don't know, it just annoys me. It annoys me when I think we could have won and then we didn't because people didn't like listen to people didn't listen to what I was saying, right? Like people didn't listen to me saying, we have an early game team, we need to end the game out. Like, how come you're not grouping? I told you to group here. Like, we needed everybody to be here, and then you were off somewhere else doing something else, and you didn't tell us you weren't coming. Stuff like that, right? Yeah, so I get pretty frustrated. So so the way I left that team was like, you know, everybody like during our games I would get pretty like, I would get pretty frustrated and pretty upset, and that's not a great quality about me. I don't like that sometimes I rage and stuff. Like sometimes I'm like, "Oh my God, how could you do that? Oh, you lost the game for us. How could you get hit by that? You didn't even try to dodge. You didn't even try to dodge the stun. You could have dodged the stun, but you didn't even try. You had flash. Why didn't you flash it? Oh my God." Like that kind of a upset. I was never like, "Oh my God, you fucking suck. I fucking hate you. Go fucking fall down a well or something," right? I was never like that, but I would like, I'd be kind of frustrated that people got caught by something so stupid and so bad, I was like, "Oh my God, really? Did you really just get caught when we told you to back up? We told you we don't know where they are, and I told you to back up, and you never backed up, and then we lost the game because you got caught and you got insta killed." Like that kind of shit makes me like really frustrated. So then the way I left that team was, not the best. People knew I was like frustrated with the team, and people knew that like I wasn't super happy about it. So then it was kind of interesting playing two members from my old team. It's interesting playing against two members of my old team, and then beating them. And then kind of in my head, I was like, see, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was you guys. You guys were the sucky ones. It wasn't me. Just that really petty ego stuff, right? I was like, because the guy who was supposed to be a diamond player, he went up against me. I played mid lane, and he also played mid lane. And, like I beat him mid lane. I beat him, and I was more useful throughout the game. Yeah, but that's the that was kind of the problem. That's kind of the problem with that's kind of the problem with yeah, it's not good to be frustrated. It's not good to be frustrated with people, because then it's not good for morale if somebody seems, if somebody seems angry or something. It's not good for the team synergy. Um but like the frustrating part of it was, I would tell people how to get better, and I would tell people how to, do things differently to not like get into the same, I would show people how to be better, but they just wouldn't listen. And then, they just kind of like, they just kind of like fucking died, and it was just like, oh, whatever. So it's like it's frustrating. It's frustrating because they say to you, "Oh yeah, I do care about winning," except when you tell them how to win, they don't do it, right? And it's frustrating because it seemed like, to me, it seemed like I demonstrated to them that I was a good player and I know what I'm talking about, and yet they don't listen to what you're telling them to do. And especially like if you're like a platinum player and they're a bronze player, you kind of assume that a bronze player should listen to someone who's so much better than them, right? Like the difference between a bronze player and a platinum player is like a lot, right? Yeah. So it's just, I don't know, it's frustrating, right? I mean, I think we've all experienced that, right? Like you tell somebody, hey, if you're like, hey man, don't do that. Don't walk along the wall like that. You're gonna fall and hurt yourself. You're gonna fall in the bushes and hurt yourself. And then they do it anyways. And then a few minutes later, they fall down and then they hurt themselves. And you're like, oh my god, I just told you you were gonna fall down and hurt yourself. What did I fucking tell you? And, and that was also part of the problem, right? Part of the problem was, um, part of the problem was everybody wasn't playing in the tournament for the same reason. Some people were there just because they wanted to have fun, like they wanted to take it casually, and then other people were there to be very competitive, right? So when you have that kind of disconnect between when you have that disconnect between people's goals for why they're there, you get conflict, right? So then, of course, people who are there to be competitive get annoyed when people who are there just to be casual and just to have fun don't take things seriously, right? Also, another thing that kind of annoyed me was um, a lot of people seem to trash talk, like because I'm not that way, or I try to not be that way, but a lot of people were like trash talking during the games, or like they would trash talk after the game, and I don't know. I don't think that's very cool to like trash talk people. Like especially if you like beat somebody by a lot. I don't think it's cool to like go, haha, we beat you, right? Or like say stupid shit like, oh man, you'll never beat, like, oh, no one can beat me mid, I'm a god or something, right? Like I think it's I think it's really uncool to say stuff like that. You know, I think to them they meant it as humor, but at the same time, I'm not their friend. Do you know what I mean? Like it's hard to trash talk jokingly with strangers, right? It's too easy to, like, I don't know you personally and I'm not really your friend. So when you trash talk, even if you're like making it as a joke, I don't how am I supposed to know you're joking, right? How am I supposed to know you're joking or if you're being serious? Like maybe you're just saying you're joking, but you're actually just serious, right? So it's too hard to joke around like that with people, with people you don't know, or at least I think so, right? So I don't. So that's not something I do. And also, whenever they would joke around like that, they would never say, you know, they would never make sure to say that, oh, I'm just kidding, you know, like I'm just joking around. I don't mean that. Yeah, they didn't care, and that's kind of like I didn't like that. It's like really lame. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some of them are just kind of jerky. And it's just like, I'm just like, go fuck yourself. And what was worst was, what the like the worst part of it was, a lot of the people who did the trash talking weren't even good. Like they got carried. I was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about, man? You're not even good. Oh, no. I don't want to die. What the fuck? Why are there so many enemies? Well, you know, it's a part of any kind of team game, really. I think people just say it's a MOBA thing, and like people are like that. I think it's like that with any really like any online game, especially team games. Even solo, even like you know, even solo games like StarCraft, people talk a lot of shit, right? I don't know. It's just something people do on the internet because they wouldn't do it in person because they'd be too, you know, they would be too much of a coward to try and do it in person. Holy shit, there's so many of them. Oh my god, do you see these jukes? Yeah. Do you fucking see these jukes? These spiders? Can't get shit. You know, they're just assholes in every game, really. I don't feel like there's more assholes in MOBA games. I don't think there are more assholes in MOBA games than other games. I've seen assholes in every game. I don't know. Oh my god, that guy's immune to arrows. How am I supposed to kill him? Oh, what the? He died? Sick. Well, of course, if you have a game where it's not like a competitive game, or like if you have a game that's not based on aggression, you're not gonna have people like that, right? Right? Like in MOBA games, you're rewarded for aggression, right? you're rewarded in lane to being really aggressive and outplaying the other person, right? The same as like fighting games and stuff. Like it's kind of like a one-on-one test of skill, right? There's aggression is rewarded, but if you're playing a game like I don't know, I don't even know what if you're playing WoW or something, right? WoW, like if you're doing questing together and it's just co-op or whatever, people don't care that much. People are nicer, right? Right? Like if you're just, if you're just a group of people and you like playing World of Warcraft and I don't know, all you do is go on raids with your friends. Like there's no reason to get angry, right? Even if you fail your raid because your friend's kind of garbage or whatever, or like he doesn't know what he should be doing, like he doesn't know he should be healing you or whatever. Like that doesn't really, yeah, it's not competitive. Like I'm trying to think of a competitive game where people aren't like people don't get angry about losing. Like I don't know of any game. I don't know of any game where it's like where people don't get angry about losing if you're playing against another person. Like maybe if you play Scrabble, like I don't see people getting angry when they play Scrabble, you know? Scrabble is PvP, right? It's one-on-one Scrabble. People don't seem to get that angry. I can't think of any other game where people like don't get angry about losing, really. Yeah, but that's not the same, right? It's not the same because you're not outplaying somebody, right? Like solo like weightlifting can be considered like a solo competitive game, right? Like strength weightlifting, like who can bench press the most. You're not really competing against other people. You're kind of just competing against yourself, really. You just need to run and lift the most you can, right? You need to be the best you can be. No! But yeah, anyways, it was interesting to beat them. I don't think I don't know if they said GG. I didn't talk to them about it. I just kind of like, I was kind of like, whatever. But I wonder what they thought about. I wonder what they thought about it. Like, I didn't really say anything to them after the game or during the game. Or, I didn't like talk to them like, oh, isn't it weird that I'm playing against you now or whatever. Like, I just didn't talk to them. I didn't talk to them about it at all. But it did feel good. It did feel good. Oh my god. How did I instantly die? That's fucking bullshit. Look at this. Oh my god, I'm watching it on my stream. It just touched me and I died. It touched me and I died. That's bullshit. But yeah. I don't know, for me beating them kind of felt like validation. It felt like validation that, the reason why we lost our games when I was on the team with them was like it wasn't my fault. It was, you know, it was their fault. it wasn't. It wasn't like in a large part my fault. Even though I could say that, even though I could say that they're not very good players, or even though I could say they're not very good players, or they're not as good as they were advertised as players, um, I didn't fix the problem. I kind of tried to fix the problem by telling people, I would try to help my teammates. Like, they say they didn't understand something, so I would work with them to help them improve their skills and stuff. But, but, I didn't really improve my skills. I didn't really improve my skills that much, though. So, if I was thinking, okay, I can't control my teammates, and I can't make my teammates better players because they're unwilling to change or they're unwilling to accept, my help, the only thing that I could change was myself, right? So, and I didn't do that. Like, I didn't try to improve my skills to get to a level where I didn't improve my skills to a level where I could carry them and could carry their inability, you know? Like I didn't improve myself such that I was so good I could carry them. I never did that. So, as much as I could say, "Oh, it's their fault that they don't know how to play these champions, or they don't know how to play more champions than just two champions and they get banned out and whatever, and or they don't know how to play against something and like whatever." I can say that they didn't do that, but also at the same time I didn't try to improve myself so that I could cover their shortcomings. So, yes, I could say it's their fault, but also it's my fault too. I didn't change the thing that I had the most control over, which is myself. I didn't choose to change myself. I tried to change them, which is something I have very little control over, right? So I guess that's the approach I should have taken, right? I was like, well, I can't control these guys. I should just try to become really good, or I should learn how to play in such a way that I can carry these idiots, right? But then at the same time, I was like, oh man, I don't want to improve. I want these guys to improve. Fuck, why do I have to get better? Why can't they just get better? Why do I have to do it? I don't want to do it. Okay, I think I need to find a new game. I think this. I think I've. I think I've found. I think I'm finding this game pretty boring now. Let me look on Steam to find a game. This game, I don't know. This game was pretty fun. It was fun for 86 cents. It was fun for 86 cents, but maybe it's time to find a new game that costs more than $1. Yeah, yeah. Because, if they um if they disclosed that they weren't as good as their ranking, that they were boosted or that they used an exploit to get that high, um, if they disclosed that, then maybe I would have been on a different team, you know? Like maybe all the teams in the league would have been rebalanced in consideration of their you know, like it would have rebalanced everybody, and it probably would have rebalanced all the teams. So then I probably would have been on a different team with different people, and maybe the teams would have been, you know. But, you know, even taking that approach to say it's just my fault and I need to figure out a way on my own to carry the team by myself, even taking that approach, I can see how if you took that approach, you would get even more frustrated because then all the like for you, all the pressure would be on yourself, and you'd be like, oh my god, I have to do everything. I have to do everything. Oh my god, I always have to put out these fires. Like all my teammates keep setting these fires, and I need to find a way to put out all the fires my teammates set. You know. Yeah. So right now I have my brother on my team. I have my brother on my team. His girlfriend is on the team. Um, and his girlfriend's friend is on the team, and he's the highest ranked player. Um, and he's the highest ranked player. But he's kind of cocky. He's a little bit cocky. He's like everybody keeps saying that our team looks really good. That our team looks like stacked. It looks overpowered. And in a way, I kind of agree with them. Like I understand what they're saying. We have like on our team we have one diamond player, two platinum players, one gold, and then one like bronze player. So that's pretty good because most teams have diamond, plat, gold, silver, bronze, right? So and especially because we like also we all know each other really well and we play pretty well together. So that's like there's a lot of synergy and we all know what we're doing. Like the top three players on our team all know what we're doing. So a lot of other teams are saying we're like probably we look like we're one of the better teams in the group, but so our diamond player keeps repeating that. He's like, "Oh, I'm not worried about any of these games. I'm not worried about any of these other teams. Like these teams don't like intimidate me or anything." But I don't know, at the same time, like that's a good way that's a good way to lose, right? To underestimate your opponent is a really easy way to lose, right? So then when we're like doing our practice games, he's kind of, you know, he's kind of joking around a lot and he's joking around a lot and not taking it that seriously and you know, not playing the champions not playing the champions that, you know, he's really good at. He's like, you know, playing silly champions or whatever. And then I'm like, dude, you can't do that. You can't play we can't our preparation can't be like this, right? Because all you're doing is uh, your preparation can't be like that because you know, what if you underestimated someone wrongly and then you've wasted all our practice time, right? You know, it's better to overestimate their skill and prepare too much and be like really prepared for them than to underprepare and then get surprised, right? And then just think about how salty you're going to be when a team you think that's like really shitty beats you, right? You're going to be so unhappy if a really shitty team beats you, right? Yeah, some people don't like being serious. Even though we won the game, and I think the way we won the game was in a very controlled, in a very controlled, calm way, we won the game, and there wasn't really a chance for the other team to come back into the game and like get back in it. Even though we won the game like that, um, you know, top lane won their lane really hard, mid lane, I won my lane, mid lane really hard, and our jungler was really good. My brother, being the jungler, he was where he needed to be. And even though we won like that, and then I watched the replay of the game after, and then I watched it and I saw all the mistakes that the other team did, and if the other team was slightly better and made just like a few less mistakes, um, the game would have been a lot harder because in the mid game we actually started throwing. There's like a few fights where we incorrectly, like we were sieging a tower and all our melee champions were hitting it. So then they just engaged all the melee champions and they all died under the tower, like just like stupid stuff like that. And if the other team was slightly better and if they had farmed their lane better and they had more gold and if they hit their skills a little bit more often, like they could have converted it into like an actual lead. Like they could have converted it into something better. And because their team comp had like really good, they had like a bunch of really good alts, and if they learned how to like if they were a little bit smarter about how they use them, I think they could have won. They could have won, and we could have got shut out because just of how their alts work and what was going on. So, like everybody was congratulating themselves and saying, "Oh yeah, we played such a good game," and blah 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 and blah blah blah. And then I was like, "You guys know, you guys know that game was a lot closer than it seemed, right? If they were a little less sucky, like if they were just a little bit better and if they made like like a few mistakes less, it could have been a really different game." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm like too serious and maybe I'm too cautious or whatever, but I just I really I just really don't like losing games. I know I should win, When I see the other players and I know who the other players are and I'm like, that guy sucks. That guy sucks. Like it makes me so angry to like lose to those people, right? Like, well, not angry, it makes me like really frustrated, right? Oh, it's easy to be clever after a game. I don't think that translates. I don't think that translates into English, or I haven't heard that kind of phrase before. But I understand what you're saying, right? It's easy it's easy to brag or gloat after a game that you won, right? it's easy to say how good you are after you won, right? Stop making up words. That's not a real word. Here's an English word. So it's some kind of phrase. Is it the same as trying to say hindsight? Is it like hindsight? Oh, it's easy to say. Yeah, I think I understand what it's trying to say. It's like hindsight is easy. It's easy to say stuff after everything happened, right? It's easy to appear smart after all the facts have happened, right? Is the meaning of the phrase, right? It's easy to seem like you're smart after everything happened and you said, "Oh man, you should have been better because you shouldn't have been hit by that skill shot," even though the game's already over, right? It's easy for you to appear smart and clever after everything happened, right? Yeah. So in English, the phrase would be, they would say hindsight is 2020. So hindsight, like hind is backwards. Okay, I need to brush my teeth.